my God. It's done. It's over. That's it. The bromance is dead. The bromance is dead, everybody. Love is dead. Love is dead. Love is not real. I have a playlist that's called Angsty Breakup Songs. On Pride Month, too. Can you believe it? Okay, I'll be right there. Hold on. Love you.
Can't believe they broke up during Pride Month. How homophobic of them.
Alrighty. Oh! Good for you, I guess. Whatever, it's fine. Whatever, I don't care. He literally wrote whatever. Elon Musk wrote whatever as a tweet. He is giving, it's giving 12-year-old energy. What a day. What a fucking day. I love the Geek Squad. Oh, I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed with this hat. I love it so much. I might have to move this. Can't have me taking up my space. Okay. All right. Yeah. What do you think is going to happen to the group of white South Africans who were just brought over here because of white genocide? Do you think that they're side-eyeing right now? Did I do the laundry? I did. Those are folded socks. But otherwise, I did do it. Big day. Huge day. Yeah, I think a lot of people right now are going, they're like, please God, no. Not like this. This is I saw someone say, this is 9/11 for people who call women females. This is my 9/11. God of Raw, thank you for the 5-month bullet slice. Thank you for the 26 months. Yeah, so anyway, if you have been touching grass today or you're not on Twitter, then maybe you don't know what happened. So I'm here to tell you what happened. And what happened was finally, I mean, it'd been brewing. It had been brewing, but the breakup of Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And there is so much to get into. But we saw this coming because Elon was ousted from the Trump administration and everyone was like, he's so annoying. You know, it's bad when MAGA people are like, Elon is insufferable to be around. And then he has been saying, you know, he's been talking shit on the big, beautiful bill, on Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill. And finally today, things got so nasty. Tea was spilling. And by tea, I mean Trump being like, oh yeah, by the way, or Musk being like, by the way, Trump, he's in the Epstein files. Boom, drop that bomb. And it's like, dude, what you're saying is that you knew Trump was a pedophile, but it didn't matter until now you're breaking up. And now you're spilling the tea. And also, girl, we know. Yeah. No one is surprised. Did he think we were all going to be like, what? Donald Trump is in the Epstein files? I'm shocked. I saw you tweeting up a storm. I was tweeting up a storm today. I was big time on Twitter. I even unmuted Musk. I even unmuted Elon because I've had him muted forever. And I was like, you know what? I got to see what's happening. I need it. This is like Kendrick versus Drake, but with two Drakes. Yeah. I think I probably spent like 3 hours straight on Twitter, which I have not done in a long time. I don't think I've done that since the submersible. I got to be honest. Better point, why is he outing Donald when his own brother's probably right next to Trump on the list? Yeah, good question. Also, Elon is probably on the list as well, you know? We're on some list. Dude, Grok was working overtime today. Everyone was like, Grok, what's going on? Grok, is this true? Grok, what does this mean? Grok, help. Grok, what's happening? Grok, explain, please. Grok, explain, please. Why are my dads fighting? Grok, please save us. Save us, Grok. So yeah, if you missed that all today, holy shit. Honestly, okay. Top days on Twitter. Donald Trump getting COVID. Donald Trump getting shot, but honestly, that was like, the billionaire submersible. Your tweets today had me dying. As I said, I was tweeting up a storm. I was on Twitter so much today. Not as the Donald Trump getting shot as fun as I thought it would be. The reveal of Luigi Mangione being hot. Like, what a day on Twitter that was. Madeline, thank you for the 22 months. And all this happening on the day Ronald Reagan died. Yeah, that fucking son of a bitch. What beautiful, what a beautiful day for this to be happening. The day that Ronald Reagan finally kicked the can. Rest in piss. You know what would be so funny? If Donald Trump and Elon Musk killed each other. One of your tweets made it to Philip DeFranco vid. Wait, can I say something for a sec? Okay, so I was one of the first people to tweet this out, and it's because of my mother. Which one of my tweets made it to the Philly D vid? So my mom, of course, who's like Miss New York Times herself, she was texting. This is the one that made it. She was texting me and just was like, oh my God, this is the best day ever. I can't get enough. And we were sending each other stuff. And then she sent me, she was like, oh my God, Stephen Bannon just said this. So then I went and Googled it and screenshot it. And I know for a fact that journalists used my photo, that they just like saved this and then reposted it on their own tweets. Because it was the exact same screenshot and also said 7 minutes ago. So this was, can I just say I was breaking news on Twitter before a lot of journalists were. So I guess that makes me a journalist, huh? I've got the in with my mother who gets like New York Times notifications. Like, that woman does not miss anything in the NYT. Thank you for your service. You're so welcome. But yeah, this was crazy. Bannon, who's been one of the most vocal critics of Musk for months, said he is advising the president to cancel all of Musk's contracts and launch several investigations into the world's richest man. He has been waiting for this. I mean, you know what this situation is? Everyone's an asshole here. The Bannon, Trump, Musk, everyone involved, the crypto bros, MAGA, it's everyone sucks here. The worst people you know are fighting. The worst. And I will just say, okay, for people who are like, everyone who's delighting in this making jokes, well, there's serious stuff going on. Yeah, I know. And we feel like we're in hell. So it's nice to see some of the worst fuckers in the world going at each other. Okay, can we have this? Can we just have a moment? Can we watch them like try and burn each other down? We need this. Why do you think so many people have just been celebrating today, hoping like ding dong the witch is dead? Yeah, a crumb, please. Please, sir. May we have a crumb? May we have a crumb? But also, it's not just like a crumb of fun. This could be great. I mean, okay, it's horrible for the US, but like also good, you know? If they can destroy each other, maybe we can come through clean on the other side. I don't know. Well, anyway, Bannon said they should initiate a formal investigation of his immigration status because I am of the strong belief that he's an illegal alien, which I'm pretty sure Musk did overstay his visa back when he was on a student visa. Like there's something there. And he should be deported from the country immediately. And the thing about it too is like people have been, so many people have been bringing up this point when Elon Musk talks about like deportations, illegal aliens, blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, says the guy from South Africa. He lied on his student visa. Yeah, says the guy from South Africa who is from another country and is gleefully talking about deporting people from other countries. And maybe we should take a look here. Yeah, South Africa being added to the travel ban. Bannon said the Trump administration should also investigate Musk's drug use, as reported by The Times, and his effort to get a classified briefing on China from the Pentagon, which was also reported by The Times. Bannon said Musk's security clearance should be suspended during these investigations. Oop! Oh, would you look at that? Would you look at that? Joel, thank you for the 14 months. Jax, thank you for the 28 months. Pertinent sketch today, seeing today's news. Daily Motion, my God. All right. Holy loading. Holy loading.
My fellow South Africans, I feel it is time for me to tell you the facts as they really are. What? Bananas
Oh my God,
are
I've never
cereals.
seen this.
Cars run on gravy. Salmon live in trees and eat pencils. Reform in South Africa is on the way.
Bro, the static in the background. Oh my God, it's giving me Amanda Adventure vibes. Angel, thank you for the 27 months. It's a late night BBC 2 show, same slot as Monty Python or not. The 9 o'clock news showed up. Can I just say that puppet stuff has always terrified me? Like I said that this is like the scary Muppets version, but even the Muppets, like there's something about puppets that just scare the shit out of me. Puppets and masks, yeah. Sesame Street, I never trusted those guys. Never. Never. Except for Carol, obviously. Except for Carol. Obviously, Carol, I love you. Carol, you're amazing. You're perfect. You're perfect. I saw Farley chewed up a Labubu. I'm happy to see you got the memo to line with the gingers. I had so many people respond. I posted it on my Instagram story. So many people respond to it, and they were horrified at the chewed up Labubu. Paying an Etsy witch for a spell to enhance the molecular strength of the ketamine in Elon Musk's bloodstream right now. Do you think it's that Etsy witch who ratted out her client who was asking for a love spell to put on a guy, and she snitched? The snitch witch. Only thing that's going to save us from these people is their own tendency to eat each other. Well, here's the thing, okay? We knew that this was coming because you cannot put two egomaniac psychopaths like Donald Trump and Elon Musk side by side. Like that, it was bound to, I mean, diva down, okay? We're talking diva down. You cannot have these two divas having a diva off. You know when I think we knew? This is when I think we knew. Where's the photo of when they were on stage and Elon Musk is doing his stupid ass jump in the air and make an X, and Trump is looking at him? He is side-eyeing the fuck out of him. He's just looking at him like this. I feel like that was the moment. I can't find a picture of it right now. Wait. Hold on. Okay, it was from, what am I doing? Someone posted that. I'm sure they did. I have to say, if you're on Blue Sky today, I'm sorry. It was not as fun. It was simply, yes, this is the one. Remember when this dropped? When this dropped, and we were all like, oh, he fucking hates his ass. He hates his ass. And Elon was calling himself the first buddy, and he was tweeting things like, I love Donald Trump as much as a straight man can love another man. Oh, how quickly the night changes. Oh, so I think this was the beginning of the end. Here's the vid.
So many different great things. Where is he? Come on up here, Elon. He created...
Where is he? Oh, God, I fucking hate YouTube sometimes.
So many different great things. Where is he? Come on up here, Elon. He created the first major American car company in generations, and his rocket company is the only reason we can now send American astronauts into space. Come here.
Come here,
Take over,
you.
Elon. Just take over.
Come here, little buddy.
Hi, everyone. As you can see, I'm not just Maga, I'm Dark Maga.
Oh, how the night changes. Oh boy. You know, the slow news day, what are we even going to talk about? Ah! Dude! Oh God, I fucking hate him so much. I hate JD Vance so much. Yo, okay. So here's what's going to happen. Obviously, Republican politicians, especially those in the MAGA sphere, they are going to be aligning with Trump. Of course, this is what they've been doing for 8 years. They have fallen in line. There is no way they are going to side with Musk. But some of them are making sure to tread cautiously because they have spent the last year or however long dick riding Musk into hell. Like he unfollowed Charlie Kirk today on Twitter, and Charlie Kirk put out a tweet that was like so clearly still trying to pander to Musk, while obviously he is not going to be doing anything to piss Donald Trump off. And with this, with Musk's big, beautiful bill coming up, Republican politicians, they are not going to show any disloyalty to Trump in this brewing war. And make no mistake, this is today was not the end of it. Today was not the end. Even though Trump seemed to kind of be, he showed some restraint. I'm sure people around him were like, hey, sir, I would advise not getting fully down into the mud with him. Trump is also ruled by his ego, and he cannot help it. He cannot help it, especially if Musk keeps slinging mud. Also, is that JD Vance on a couch? Watch out. Oh no, this poor couch. Did this couch consent? Okay, so here's what Charlie said. There will be a lot of fighting and attacks in the days to come. So I just want to say something at the outset. God, all I can think of are his creepy teeth. We should never forget how terrible the environment was online prior to October 2022. No matter what happens, I am grateful that Elon Musk bought X and liberated free speech in America. Yeah, until he fucking rebans Donald Trump. His contribution to America and to civilization from that alone is immense. Yeah, liberated free speech in making this a playground for Nazis. Like if that's what liberating free speech is, then sure. Altering the algorithm and unbanning Nazi accounts and then banning accounts who are anti-Nazi. Yeah, it's been great. It's been awesome. It's been so fun. Apparently Trump deleted this. The easiest way to save money, he wrote this, the easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts. I was always surprised that Biden didn't do it. Oh, God. I saw that he had apparently deleted this, but it's too late. Like this is out there. This is what's happening. And we'll get into the reasons that Musk is feuding with Trump, okay? We'll get into like why Musk does not like the big beautiful bill and trust that has nothing to do with caring about the interests of the working class in the US. Oh, it's still up. Oh, it's still up on Truth Social. Once you drop a Truth Social, you never go back. Okay, that's why it's called Truth Social, because it's truth. Okay? You drop a truth and you don't undrop it. Digital Degen, thank you for the 3 months. These were some of my, some of my favorite copium tweets. Wait. What kind of MAGA are you? Are you Elon MAGA or are you Trump MAGA? What kind of MAGA? Both. I like both of them. Please don't kill me. God. Oh, the worst people you know are scrambling today. Just know that, okay? You need to know. You need to know that the worst people you know are freaking out. They are trying to navigate this and smooth it over. Like Jack Posobiec, some of y'all can't handle two high agency males going at it, and it really shows. This is direct communication, phallocentric, versus indirect communication, gynocentric. Why do they talk this way? It's so funny that they talk about phallic stuff more than the gay men who they would mock. Like they're always They're the ones who are always talking about dicks.
Happy to be here.
I understand that you aren't used to it. Yeah, so basically, Jack is like, this is how real men behave. Hi.
See you later, Bobby.
Bye. I'll see you later. Love you. This is how real men behave. This is phallocentric communication, okay? Real men call other men pedophiles. All right? That's how real men talk. Oh, Cat Turd is having a day. Cat Turd is having a day. Everybody calm the fuck down, please. Exactly. Friends disagree. Friends fight. Friends need a break from each other. Friends let each other blow smoke. Friends remain friends. It's called adulthood. Oh, thanks, Becky. I don't have any friends that go on Twitter and say that I'm a pedophile while also admitting that they helped said pedophile become president of the United States. But good to know, Becky. Becky with the bad hair. The plan? Spend millions to get a pedophile elected and then tell everyone he's a pedophile. Hey, now we're cooking. Vice President J.D. Vance coming to Nashville, Republican fundraiser. What to know? A mere 6 figures gets you in the door. Oh my God. Bro, why is there a picture of him with the Pope in this announcement? He's coming to Nashville, and to attend, guests had to donate $250,000 or $100,000. Both price tiers include dinner for two and come with a photo op. Wow. For the low, low price of $100,000, you can get a photo with JD Vance. Seems like a deal. You know what JD Vance should do? He actually should probably kill both Elon and Trump. Are you going? I mean, I have to. A photo opportunity with JD Vance. And then yeah, you know he's already cooking up this idea. He's like, is that how I become president? Is that how I become president? Peter Thiel probably texted JD Vance exactly that this afternoon. Right, because here's the thing. The two of them, it's very funny, but not to bring up #him, but the funniest confusing tweet was Kanye's. Bro, hold on. Let's bring it up. The funniest thing is that these are two people who I think have the same dirt on each other, right? You know what I mean? Where it's mutually assured destruction and it's like the same dirt. It's not like one of them here is in the moral position at all. Like it's the same dirt. Oh God.
And instead of going back to the drawing board and saying, okay, so the support for this bill seems to be falling apart right in front of us. And instead of going back to the drawing board and saying, oh, hey, maybe we, as in Congress, should trim it down a bit and change some things and tweak some things. No, they're just trying to keep it alive simply because it passed the House already.
I called Elon last night and he didn't answer, but I'm not upset about this. And I just, I think he understands, and he's acknowledged to me before.
I wish, and it's like cut to Elon Musk, just insane out of his mind on drugs. You know, I called Musk last night. He didn't answer. He's just snorting up cocaine from a table and like looking for his chainsaw, getting ready to drop a bomb on twitter.com.
That this is so serious that we can't fool around with it.
Yeah. That's what we're concerned about. It is serious. And we're concerned about you guys fooling around with it. the bill wasn't perfect when it got there. Okay, and Elon, I think, is right on this one, because apparently you passed a bill that no one read, that you told us was so star-spangled awesome, Mike, that it had to be passed. And Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeted out today, or actually...
Not the star-spangled awesome. Ain't no way. These are the words they're using on Newsmax. Listen, sir, you said it was star-spangled awesome, and it seems like actually... Well, you know, it's got some stuff in it that we didn't really know about, because we took you at your word that it was star-spangled awesome.
Yesterday, full transparency. I did not know this section on pages 278 and 279 of the OBBB that strips states of the right to make laws or regulate AI for 10 years. She said, I'm adamantly opposed to this and is a violation of states' rights, and I would have voted no if I had known this was in there. This needs to be stripped out in the Senate. Look, I love Marjorie Taylor.
I'm sorry, all these people are just dumbasses. They're so stupid. They're like, hold on a second. I didn't know that was in the bill. It's like, oh, so are you revealing that you don't know what's in the bills that you're voting for? Damn, if only she could read. Man, if only you had a staff or like you yourself doing your job. But we know Marjorie can't read. We know that none of these people can read. None of these people can read. And they are outing themselves that they cannot read and that they do not read.
Green. I think she's right on target about 99% of the time.
They probably used ChatGPT, like, or Grok. Hey, Grok. Hey, can you tell me what's in the big, beautiful bill? And Grok's like, it's star-spangled awesome.
And I'm generally pretty aligned with her on most things. But is it too much to ask that somebody who's getting paid $174,000 of my tax money a year to read the one major thing they voted on this month?
Yeah.
I mean, this is exactly what I've been...
Like, you know it's bad when Newsmax, one of the most... Like, you can't even... They're not... You can't even call them news. Sorry, they have news in their name. But no, they're just... They're like one of the worst MAGA propaganda tanks. And even they're like, I'm sorry, but you have one job and now you're saying that you didn't do your job. Like, they're getting cooked by Newsmax. And that's also why Trump right now is trying to refocus attention on his big, beautiful bill. It's so big. It's so beautiful. And he's trying not to fully get in the mud with Elon because he doesn't want to... He needs to keep the big, beautiful bill big and beautiful.
Ranting about for a month. Look, I know Trump supported this bill, but we also know that he is not thrilled about the final product. But how much other junk is there in this, like this bill? I have a theory, though, and this is just my theory, but I've recently been pretty right about a lot of things, so I'm just going to roll with it. I think Trump might be working in tandem with Elon here to tank his own bill in a 4D chess move. just a theory.
God, why are they so obsessed? So obsessed with making Trump out to be this all-seeing genius. Oh my God. How awesome that you can be a dumb piece of shit, and you'll have people out there being like, what a genius move. In fact, this is a 4D chess move. Trump is actually working with Elon to tank his own bill. Masterful gambit, sir. So, Elon, I'm going to need you to call me a pedophile on Twitter. Please? I know you don't want to do it. I know, but I need you to call me a pedophile. I need you to call me a pedophile because we got to tank the big, beautiful bill. And the only way to do it is if you call me a pedophile. So this is your opportunity. Listen, I know you're still my first buddy. Okay? You'll always be my first buddy. But I need you to call me a pedophile. Throwing a tantrum, getting myself carried out of a restaurant. It's a 4D chess move. You know what this same energy is, though? This literally is every time you see like the dumbest person online post something and then they'll go, it's satire. Sorry. It's satire. The definition of satire, using humor to expose people's stupid opinions. It's satire. It's ironic. And it's like, oh, I love now that you can just be a very stupid person and be like, just doing a little trolling, just doing a little satire. Guess you don't know what that is.
My reasoning, I mean, like, how many people in the history of ever, like Trump's entire political career of the last decade, have come out against something Trump wants? And when has Trump just not gone off and completely obliterated them on like a global scale? Seriously, Ron DeSantis says one bad thing about
the tariffs. Wait, what is he talking about? What does he mean? Trump does this all the time. Trump will say something and then his donors will go to him. Or like, Putin will go to him and they'll be like, yeah. And then the Newsmax and Fox News are like, Donald Trump is playing 5D chess.
About Trump. Trump ruined his presidential career potential. Massey, 99% aligned with Trump, doesn't vote for the big, beautiful bill, and Trump's supporting a primary against him. So why hasn't Trump said anything negative about Elon? You picking up what I'm putting down? I mean, maybe Trump is also reading the country that's not thrilled about massive deficits that this creates.
He has, to be clear, Trump has. He has been posting on Truth Social and being like, well, Elon's sad because he got ousted from the Trump administration. And, because we wanted to take away his EV and he doesn't like that. The reason though that he's not fully unleashing is because Trump, unlike Elon right now, is actually listening to his advisors somewhat, who are like, sir, not good to do this right now. Not good. We got to stay focused on the bill. Okay. We got to stay on message. Big, beautiful bill.
Kwan fart wave Kwan love.
And saying, ooh, maybe I shouldn't have settled for what they...
Trump kept X. God. Gun in my head, not sure who'd be the worst father. Yeah, they do have a lot in common. I understand why. Why they connected. Both of them hate their children, hate their sons. They do little X jumping the same as his father. Okay, let's look at Chuck Schumer ruined the fun. Of course he did. Of course Chuck Schumer ruined the fun. That's here's the thing too. Oh wait, I think I bookmarked this. So I posted this, which is my prediction for the Democrats in 2028. 2024, 2028. And of course, Matt Iglesias has already confirmed that he is so asinine. And Matt Iglesias is doing this. Like he's doing this. He's like, you know what the Democrats should do? They should call up to, Elon Musk and be like, we love electric vehicles. We love space exploration. If there is a bad take, just know that Matt Iglesias will be on the side of a bad take. Like it will be coming from Matt Iglesias. Okay, and then this was from this was a piece in Politico. This was from yesterday. New. Some Dems want the party to be open to Musk as he torches GOP's signature bill. Wow. You mean leave it up to the Democrats to continue to make terrible political decisions? Here you go. Elon Musk has been the Democratic Party's boogeyman since shortly after President Donald Trump deputized him as a top advisor. Also, Grandma, thank you for the 24 months. Pedro, Steve, thank you for the 10 months. But the billionaire's recent breaks with the GOP, Musk ripped Trump's big, beautiful bill as a disgusting abomination and threatened to fire all politicians who backed it, are complicating the party's portrayal of him as a chainsaw-wielding, bureaucracy-breaking villain. No, it's not complicated. No, it shouldn't be complicating anything. You mean Elon Musk, the Nazi? Elon Musk, who failed with Doge? Who was trying to dismantle public programs because he wants to privatize everything, because he wants to make even more billions of dollars? Like, no, this isn't complicated. Musk is very unpopular. That's what we have been saying for months. Ha, everybody hates Musk. Everybody hates Elon. Like, you know how when we say everyone hates Elon, it's because everybody hates Elon. He is so politically unpopular. He lost an election that he poured, $2 million into, and violated election finance laws by bribing people. He lost that race in Wisconsin. The Wisconsin Supreme Court election is a great example of how much people hate Elon. Yes, they hate him. Everyone hates Musk because he's annoying more than anything else. Yeah, he's so annoying that Donald Trump and other people in his administration were like, yeah, he's got to go because he's so annoying. A few Democrats are eager to welcome Musk, who said he voted for former President Joe Biden in 2020 and gave a tour of SpaceX to then President Barack Obama back into the fold. Also, Democrats, please just remember Elon Musk is a Nazi, okay? Just a lot of other things to mention here, but also he's a Nazi. So is this is the direction we're just gonna we're doing this now? Okay. Representative Ro Khanna, who represents Silicon Valley and has known Musk for over a decade, said Democrats should be in a dialogue with Musk given their shared opposition to the GOP's mega bill. Oh, Ro Khanna. Ro Khanna is the type of guy who will drop something reasonable, something progressive sounding, but then always his bottom line is Silicon Valley. That's his bottom line. So, sucks more than not sucks. We should ultimately be trying to convince him that the Democratic Party has more of the values that he agrees with. No, we're not allowing Musk to rehab. And yet, why do I feel like the Democrats might possibly look at this as this is a smart strategic political move? Because they love to do this. They brought out the fucking Cheneys. The Cheneys, also deeply unpopular with both Republicans and Democrats. Everyone fucking hates the Cheneys. War criminal Cheneys? You mean those Cheneys? And the Democratic Party was like, you know what? Yes, that's what our plan's going to be here. We're going to bring out Liz Cheney and then also speak lovingly about Dick Cheney and talk about the big tent that we have. We got a big old tent. We got the Cheneys. We got Elon Musk. Oh, but pro-Palestine immigrants, sorry, gonna have to kick you out because the tent's big, but it's not that big. A commitment to science funding, a commitment to clean technology, a commitment to seeing international students like him. Other Democrats are warming back up to Musk as he leaves the White House and starts to break. Bro, it's because the Democrats still believe that the best strategy is Orange Man bad. And anyone who says Orange Man bad, which now includes Elon Musk, the Democrats will make space for. They're like, Orange Man bad? Yes, Orange Man bad. Yes, this is gonna work. Orange Man bad. The strategy that we have been employing for almost a decade. I'm a believer in redemption, and he's telling the truth about the legislation. Oh, Richie Torres, the same Richie Torres who's accusing a platform like Twitch allowing anti-Semitism to proliferate, who's like gone after Hassan, talking about a believer in redemption when it comes to Elon Musk, who's a Nazi. But he added, Musk has done an enormous amount of damage, and there are Democrats who see his decimation of the federal workforce and the federal government as an unforgivable sin. I like how that's the problem there. But even still, he's such a little bitch that he's like, there are Democrats who see this. Like, he himself is not explicitly saying, he himself is not being like, yeah, but I think Musk is a really bad guy. Like, we should not have him. Liam Kerr, co-founder of the group behind the centrist Democrats Welcome Fest meeting today in Washington, said, of course Democrats should, welcome Musk back into the party. You don't want anyone wildly distorting your politics, which he has a unique capability to do. But it's a zero-sum game, Kerr said. God, I hate these fuckers so much. Anything that he does that moves more towards Democrats hurts Republicans. Really? I don't think so. I don't think you should be working in politics anymore, you dumb fuck. Anything that Musk does that he moves more towards Democrats hurts Republicans. This is someone who professionally works in Democratic politics. Representative Brad Schneider, the chair of the New Democrat Coalition, who earlier this year supported the party's targeting of Musk as the Department of Government Efficiency / through federal agencies, said that with his departure from Washington, Democrats shouldn't make Musk their focus. Right, good. We should be talking about what we're doing for the American people. Forget about Musk. Stop it, but they can't resist. Now, I'm not saying for sure that 2008 this is what it's going to be, but we can see how this is a possibility. All right. We can see how already the Democratic wheels are spinning and they're like, ooh, this is our way in. We're going to welcome Musk back. Okay. Welcome back to the team, buddy. We missed you. Even though you're a Nazi and you have been, trying to destroy the federal government for your own personal benefit, and you're a fascist piece of shit, we love that as long as you hate Elon, as long as you hate Donald Trump, because that's what the Democratic Party has been. It's an anti-Trump party. And guess what? They lost in 2024. They lost because they were still doing the orange man bad. It's hard to imagine an outright reunion taking place between Musk and Democrats in the near future, and Trump and Musk are said to still be friendly. I don't know about that. Still, Musk recently threatened to cut off the money spigot for Republicans, and Democrats would have a lot to gain by merely keeping the world's richest man on the sidelines in the midterm elections and beyond. No, they would not. If Musk makes a mess of GOP primaries, that would work in their favor too. But Musk's recent heel turn also risks reopening a divide between progressives and moderates over how to approach him and other billionaires. Our caucus has done the right thing and gone toe-to-toe against Musk, said Representative Greg Kasar, chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus and one of the party's most vocal advocates for making Musk an antagonist on the campaign trail. Others are taking a wait-and-see approach. I don't think we should take one ketamine-fueled tweet as evidence of a change of heart, said Matt Bennett, co-founder of the center-left group Third Way. It's more complicated. Wait, is this for real? The Doge aftermath, empty beer bottles and leftover marijuana were strewn about. Cockroaches and rodents scurried around. The U.S. Institute of Peace looked like a frat house after an all-weekend rager when its employees were granted access to its Washington headquarters last month. Is this why Asman loves Doge? USIP is an independent congressionally funded organization that Doge took over in March. When employees returned following a court order that blocked the Trump administration from dismantling the institute, they found the multi-million-dollar building on the National Mall in disarray. Yeah, because it's a bunch of like coked up 20-year-olds who tweet racist shit and then brag about tweeting racist shit. When USIP employees were removed from their positions following a dramatic standoff with Doge staffers, they had to turn in their laptops, cell phones, and chargers. But when they came back last week, the hundreds of laptops were haphazardly stacked on top of each other with no documentation of their ownership. Okay, anyway. What is this leftover marijuana that you speak of?
Meltdown. The Elon Musk and Donald Trump alliance has gone up in flames. Total and utter flames. A public meltdown unlike anything the country has ever seen.
Also, Elon tweeted this tomorrow, 3 p.m. Pacific. #Pigfoot. Wow. So cryptic. Get up on your good foot, Donald Trump.
Elon Musk, just in the past 2 hours, calling for Donald Trump's impeachment and saying Trump's name is in the so-called Epstein files, saying, bookmark this one. At the same time, Trump is threatening to cancel all of Musk's government contracts. And Musk's responding, oh, make my day. The whole world watching as this back and forth played out. It only started around noon Eastern time when Trump finally broke his silence over Musk's very clear attacks on what Trump insists on calling his big, beautiful bill.
You know, Elon's upset.
It was so funny because Will and Wake left this morning at 6 a.m. and they went on a fishing expedition with a bunch of people. And so they missed out on all the news. And when they got back, they said they opened Twitter and just saw all this crazy shit. And they were like, what is going on? And Will got home and he went, so what the hell happened today? I was off the grid for like 8 hours and I went, oh my God, I can't wait to tell you. I cannot wait to tell you everything that happened today. Okay, where do we even begin? And then Sam texted me and was like, is this your Super Bowl? And I was sitting there like hour 3 of just being glued to Twitter. I could not get off. And I was like, yes, it is. It is.
That because we took the EV mandate. Look, Elon.
Good day
and
for
I had
us
a great
terminally.
relationship.
Yeah, good day for us terminally online people who never jump ship to Blue Sky. I'm sure the libs were trying to do some memes over there on Blue Sky, but it did not come close to what was happening over on Twitter.com. Girl, I was flying from 5 a.m. to 1 p.m. and then I was on the East Coast and I'm running on fumes and I still don't know the details. We're getting into them.
I don't know if we're well anymore, but I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot. I don't know what it is. It's sort of Trump derangement syndrome.
Oh, he's accusing him of TDS, talking about how they had a great relationship. But that was tame. That was how it all started, because it was just the beginning. So the world's richest man starts replying to the world's most powerful man almost in real time. So this is how it went. Okay, here's Trump at 12:06 p.m.
I'm very disappointed because Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here, better than you people. He knew everything about it.
At 12:25 p.m., Musk posts,
Girls are
false.
fighting.
This bill was never shown to me.
Aren't they?
Any quick reaction on what's going on with Elon Musk and President Trump on Twitter right now?
Oh man, the girls are fighting, aren't they?
Any quick reaction on what's going on with Elon?
Also, AOC finally endorsed Zoran 2 weeks before the election. It was the right thing to do. It was the right endorsement. I unfortunately fear that it has gotten buried under the news of today. Like literally everything is getting buried under the Trump and Musk meltdown. But if you missed it, she endorsed Zoran as her number 1 pick.
Even once.
And you know what? Actually, there's the 5D chess move. There it is. There's the 5D chess move. Dropping your endorsement of Zoran after you have been hounded for weeks. Dropping it on the day that Elon Musk crashed out. Jimmy Carville, not a fan, but he said Dems should sit back and let the Republicans self-destruct. It's happening. Yes, the Dems should let the Republicans destroy each other. And instead, though, some of them are already eyeing Elon Musk as, ooh, maybe we can bring him over to our team. Maybe we can have a try with Elon Musk. Maybe he'll be part of our team now. No, man. No. What do you guys think Joe Biden's doing? The fuck do you think Biden's doing? Do you think he's just sitting there holding an ice cream cone? And he didn't know any of this is going on. He didn't know any of this is going on.
It was passed in the dead of night so fast that almost no one in Congress could even read it. And that was the first thing. Then they started fighting over whether Trump would have actually even won the election if it weren't for Musk. Here's Trump at 12:05 p.m. Eastern.
Elon endorsed me very strongly. He actually went up in campaign for me. I think I would have won. Susie would say I would have won Pennsylvania easily anyway, even if the governor ran, the real governor.
So is Elon Musk, when he says that he helped Trump win Pennsylvania, how so? What specifically? What specifically did you do to help him win? Is that going to be part of the tea drop tomorrow at 3?
Governor, not the governor from Minnesota.
Referring to Shapiro. And Elon replies at 12:46, quote, without me, Trump would have lost the election. Dems would control the House and the Republicans would be 51-49 in the Senate. Such ingratitude, which clearly upset Trump, who posted that he actually fired Musk. Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted, and he just went crazy. Musk's reply 11 minutes later, an obvious lie. So sad. Well, on this, Elon has a point. It is worth remembering that Trump and Musk were so close that, remember, it was like, where's JD Vance, right? That it was Trump and the number 2 was Vance, was Musk.
Also, the way that both of them tweet, it truly gives off junior high cat fight. So sad. Oh, he went crazy.
Musk. And look at this first joint interview he gave. It was with Musk, not with JD Vance. I think he was in Munich when this happened. In fact, when Musk's Tesla shares started plunging because buyers shunned him, they shunned him because of his role as Trump's number 2. And so Trump actually at the time, remember when he went out and he did the big giant car ad for Tesla while standing in the driveway of the White House? In fact, he got one for his granddaughter, a Cybertruck, and he said he was personally going to buy one. That very Tesla.
Remember when Donald Trump did the Tesla ad? Like, this was straight up a Tesla ad. This was Trump. This was Musk being like, sir, so Tesla's shares are going down because of my association with you, and it would really be great if you could do a Tesla, just, stand in front of one and talk about how great they are. Yeah, the White House is a used car dealership. But yeah, so as somebody said, were they actually close, or was their relationship transactional? Transactional. Now, do I think that Musk legitimately wanted to be Trump's friend? Yes, I do. Do I think that Trump ever felt that way? No, I don't. I think for Trump, it was purely transactional. And I think that's why Musk is hitting out the way that he is. But he was first buddy. Hey, I thought I was your first buddy. And now it seems like I'm no buddy at all. I don't think Elon Musk understands the concept of friendship. True, but I think he looked at Donald Trump as somebody who, if he were to have a friend, that would be his friend. Like, he doesn't have friends, but if he were to have one, It would be Donald Trump. This is the Tesla Trump purchased from Musk. It's still parked on West Exec. It's been there the whole time. The whole time? It's been there the whole fucking time. He has not touched that thing. He's like, wait, I heard these Tesla things blow up.
That he was going to buy. It is actually there tonight. It is still parked on the White House grounds. CNN today got its picture, filmed this video of it late today. I wonder if Trump has any idea that it's parked there. Which brings me to the biggest threats that each man threw at each other today, and it was nasty, frankly, beneath both of them.
Okay,
but,
so to kind of recap a little bit, last week Elon Musk was still first buddy. Okay. Even though we knew that Doge was coming to an end, we knew that Elon was going to be leaving, but it was supposed to be all like, no, it's all good, everything's fine, not going to have a blow up here. He was buddy with Trump at an Oval Office thing last week, and then Musk started to criticize Trump's legislative centerpiece, which is the big, beautiful bill. Remember, he had the black eye. Yeah. Musk had the black eye, and people surmised, didn't they think it was like Stephen Miller had punched Musk in the face over his wife? Trump gave him he got a key to the White House. That's not a thing, just so you know. But anyway, so it was it's not goodbye, it's see you later type of vibe, where it was like, this was always going to be temporary. It was always going to be 130 days. And, or Scott B, didn't they get into fight? I don't know. Somebody punched Elon Musk in the face, and unfortunately it wasn't me. So then though, Musk started to like chirp about the big beautiful bill, and this was even before he left his job, where he was saying that he was disappointed in the bill and he didn't think that it was actually big and beautiful. And then he started going in on it really hard, and the motivations his motivations are suspected to be because the bill harms his business interests. For example, rolls back credits for clean energy, for electric vehicles, which is what Tesla makes. So there are multiple reasons as suspected as to why Musk hates the bill, and has gone from being like, yeah, I'm disappointed by it, to calling it a disgusting abomination. Like, he has criticized the bill before, but he was more restrained and more restrained in his criticism, and now he's just like full on saying that it's the most disgusting thing he's ever seen. And another thing too is that his pick for the head of NASA, who was I think he was a former SpaceX guy. His name's Jared Isaacman. Musk had pushed him forward for the NASA administrator spot, and Trump announced that he was withdrawing the nomination. And so I think that's probably another reason that Musk got pissed off. He also wanted the FAA to use his Starlink satellite system. And the Trump administration was like, no, I don't think we can do that. So anyway, this has culminated then in today, when Elon Musk fully crashed out. And then that's when Trump was like, Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his EV mandate. And he just went crazy. I don't know what he's saying over there. I don't know. Elon, listen, you got to calm down. You're going insane.
Now, hey, All bets are off on that anymore. At 2:37, Trump threatens to terminate Musk's government contracts, writing, "The easiest way to save money in our budget, billions and billions of dollars, is to terminate Elon's governmental subsidies and contracts," which, while a serious...
Elon also failed to get Trump's Supreme Court candidate elected. Yes, Elon has been bad for Donald Trump. Like, no, he's so unpopular. It's not just like personal feelings towards Elon Musk. It's also how he is affecting things politically. He is politically very toxic. He's bad for everyone.
Threat, I mean, you got to think about it. SpaceX, the Boring Company, and Tesla benefit massively from government contracts and subsidies.
Shark Poon,
Musk's business empire is built around $38 billion in reported government funding, according to the Washington Post. But to get rid of all those is also a unique threat. Because without Musk, well, I mean, what happens to those astronauts on the ISS? I mean, remember the astronauts who waited 9 months because only Musk's Dragon capsule could bring them back home? Well, Musk sure does, which is probably why he responded to Trump's threat to terminate his contracts with these posts. "Go ahead, make my day." And then he added, "In light of the president's statement about cancellation of my government contracts, SpaceX will begin decommissioning its Dragon spacecraft immediately." Well, he knows who controls that one. And then Musk threw his own threat out there. One of them, well, this one was laying down the gauntlet. Talk about going to the gutter, writing, "Time to drop the really big bomb. Real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files."
God. I just cannot get over. I cannot get over that we are all witnessing. We are witnessing the breakup, the showdown, the end of the bromance between the world's richest man. The fact that we have been this subjected to the world's richest man in the first place, where it's like, bro, you are the world's richest man. Can you please fuck off? You are so chronically online. We cannot escape you. Like, there are other very, very rich people who don't do what Elon Musk does. They operate behind the scenes, okay? They're like in the shadows. Or they're out on their $500 million yachts with like 100 models and Leo DiCaprio. But no, we have Elon Musk. Like, we just have him. We have him. So between him and the president of the United States, most powerful man in the world, also chronically online, like two chronically online girlies. And we are watching this on Maine. Just think about that for a second. Shaking my head, the Rockefellers at least had the decency to live in the shadows and build some theaters and public parks. Just think about how fucking crazy it is that millions of people today have been just sitting there watching this shit show. I think they should solve this by having a duel. I do. I think they should have a duel. I think they should do, they're always talking about like going back to the good old days. They're always talking about like returning to the America that we were once upon a time. I say, yes, gentlemen, a trial by combat, a duel. I propose a duel. That's how men used to handle their differences. Hamilton style, yeah.
Is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. And that's actually really serious. Those Epstein files perhaps cuts as deeply as anything. But the other one might be just as bad for Trump. The twice impeached president, Musk, not long ago posted yes to someone who wrote, "President versus Elon. Who wins? My money's on Elon. Trump should be impeached. JD Vance should replace him."
The Elon Musk reply guys like Ian Miles Chong, they're like, "Sir, reporting for duty. Sir, don't worry, we're here. Can you keep the checks rolling on X? Can you please make sure that I keep getting money? Please, I'm here for you. We are assembling. The loser Avengers are assembling for you, sir. Sir, I'm ready." Again, I have to keep saying it. It's all the worst people in the world right now who are going to war, who are like either caught between both sides. And they're like, please, can we stop fighting? Please, this isn't like us. Please, this is what the woke libtards do. This isn't us. Please. And then you have ones who are like putting their foot in either camp.
It is absolutely stunning to watch it. Maybe that's why no one could look away today. A split for the history books. I mean, when you think about it, it's up there maybe with Brutus and Caesar, Hamilton and Burr. Two men until just days ago claimed to just absolutely...
Bro, did I not just say this? I was like, let's have a duel, Hamilton style.
Love each other.
Well, I love the president. I just want to be clear about that.
Can I say to thank God SNL is not on air right now, because you know that we would get a Hamilton style sketch. Like, it's one thing to joke about it when we're here on stream. It's another when SNL is like, let's bring in Lin-Manuel Miranda. You know he'd be cooking up a song, Tim Kaine and the Membrane style. Yeah, a cold open of Elon going up against Trump.
We have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Elon is great. He is from a different planet. He's the greatest guy.
I use the word love. I didn't just, use it. It's because Musk used it. In February, Musk posted, I love Donald Trump as much as a straight man can love another.
He's from a different planet is the funniest way to describe someone in a positive way. Like, yeah, oh my God, he's so amazing. He's from a different planet. Because traditionally that's been used as a way to insult someone. Like, where are you from? Mars? Boys go to Jupiter to get more stupider. God, what are you, an alien? Like using that as a way to describe someone in a like a loving way. He's like, he's so amazing. I don't understand how his mind works. It's like he's from another planet. Or what does Regina George say? God, what she's like, God, Katie, I love you. You're like a Martian. You're like a Martian.
Their man. I mean, what else is there to say? Kristen Holmes is out front live from the White House. Kristen, from a post like that to what we are seeing today, I mean, it is an absolutely stunning breakdown.
Yeah, and Aaron, I mean, we talked to a number of White House officials who really tried to downplay it, saying we've been through this before, but there really is no way to not acknowledge the fact that they haven't been through this exactly before, because we're talking about two of the most powerful men in the world. And
do you know what would be awesome? Because Ian Miles Chong is calling for impeaching Trump, and Steve Bannon's out here like, we should deport Elon Musk. What if both happened? What if Trump got impeached and Musk got deported? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that timeline?
Breakup like this, and so publicly and so personally, is one that they haven't seen in the same manner. Now, we are told that White House officials met behind closed doors at one point, discussed how they were going to react. And the directive from the top, and the top, of course, is President Trump, is to just keep focused on the quote-unquote big, beautiful bill. I mean, the thing we have to remember here is that this is Donald Trump's legacy. So all this talk about how personal it's getting, actually hitting the bill itself is as personal as it gets for Donald Trump. He also hit him at one point saying these tariffs are going to sink the economy into another recession. That was Elon Musk after Donald Trump. Another pretty harsh blow for Donald Trump, a man who believes his entire legacy is going to be built on this bill, these tariffs, the trade wars, the trade deals that they have, clearly here trying to kneecap him. Now, just moments ago, we heard from Carolyn Levitt, the press secretary, who was responding to Elon Musk saying that Donald Trump's name was in the Epstein files. And this is what she said. She said, this is an unfortunate episode from Elon, who is unhappy with the one big, beautiful bill because it does not include the policies he wanted. The president is focused on passing this historic piece of legislation and making our country great again. Obviously, there again, Aaron, the director from the top. Keep it focused.
Do you know what I found out? I found out that Caroline Leavitt is 27 years old. 27 years old. Man, stumping for a fascist piece of shit really does age you. It does. Fascism really ages you. Yeah, that's a hard 27.
Right. All right. Well, thank you very much, Kristen. Of course, Elon Musk has said he isn't happy with the policies in that bill, specifically the trillions of dollars that it will add to the debt, which goes against Doge. He believed that Trump actually wanted Doge. Out front now, Katie Drummond, global editor-director at Wired, which has broken story after story on Doge and Musk's relationship with Trump, and Ryan Mack, who covers Elon Musk for the New York Times and is also the co-author of Character Limit, How Elon Musk Destroyed Twitter. Katie, you hear Kristen's new reporting. They had a meeting today on what is going on, because this is serious. You've got certainly the world's most powerful man and against the world's richest and also one of the most powerful men.
Yep.
This breakdown. So what are you watching right now?
We have been on the edges of our seats all day at Wired.
Her husband is fucking almost 60 years old. Ugh. She's 27 and her husband is 59. Who's she married to? Caroline Leavitt husband. 32-year-old age gap. Married Nicholas Riccio. He's a wealthy real estate developer. I'm sure they're very happy. And they married this year. I'm sure they're...
I will tell you that much. I mean, for one thing, we are paying very close attention to Truth Social and X, right? The megaphones of choice for these two very rich and powerful men. And then we are on the phone talking to, GOP insiders, members of the administration, and then people in Silicon Valley, right? I mean, the potential ripple effects of this, breakup between Trump and Musk on the tech industry itself is potentially very significant. So we're trying to figure out sort of what do tech insiders, VCs, investors, other tech executives think about this allegiance breaking up.
Right. Okay. And on that, Katie, you said the people that showed up at Trump's inauguration, okay, let's say, was it Tim Cook and Mark Zuckerberg and Jeff Bezos and then the people.
I saw a tweet. It was a picture of Donald Trump with Mark Zuckerberg, and the caption was, "Your name is Elon now. Okay, I'm gonna call you Elon. Okay, it's not Mark. No, I'm calling you Elon. No, your name is Elon. Okay, that's who you are." He's just gonna replace Elon Musk with Mark Zuckerberg. As I just said on CNN, I'm not going to take any money from Elon Musk, a man who did a Hitler salute. It's astounding that some Democrats won't say the same. Yeah, because they're on the same side. This is my fave. This one's so good. Honest, I gotta be so for real. I spent so much time on Twitter today, an embarrassing amount of time. You'll be hard pressed to send me something that I did not already see.
Alliance shoot to kill the mother, kill the poor, the farmer, kill the poor, the farmer. Brr, pa, pa, brr, pa. Attention.
You know the thing? Okay, look. God. At least with Drake and Kendrick, what we got out of it was a banging song. So the most that we can get out of this, at least right now, is just it's a crumb of fun online, okay? On Twitter, all right? So again, please let us have this. Please. Multiple banging songs, yes, but culminating in, of course, not like us. So the equivalent to that is a fun time on Twitter, which has not happened in a long time. Okay? Did you see this one? I did. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? I could really use a wish right now, wish right now, wish right now. Like, let us, please. Let us. Tuna Fish Cowboy, thank you for the bits. Please rank this day on Twitter in comparison to others like the billionaires. Yeah, so I mentioned the billionaire submersible. Luigi is hot. Not like us. Donald Trump got shot. Donald Trump got COVID. Oh, you know, it's okay. Honestly, I think the Donald Trump got COVID day is very high up there. Trump COVID. Lizzie dying. Yeah, that was pretty iconic day as well. I still have to say, I think Trump COVID was number one, but we shall see how the Trump Musk continues to play out. But Lizzie's in a box went hard. Lizzie's in a box. All of Ireland celebrating. El Hawkeye, thank you for the 28 months. I don't know, man. I mean, it feels like we're in hell. So we're just laughing as the flames are just burning around us. We're just laughing. We're laughing, right? Where there is the thing that is just ever present, where it's like, damn, the US feels kind of cooked, huh? Where it didn't really feel that way in 2020, so we had more of a laugh with Trump getting COVID. There was just something that was so fucking funny. Like people thought he was gonna die too. Remember that?
Who went to Saudi Arabia to be there to
Slate you, the girls are
pay
fighting.
fealty. That's the requirement to do this. Does this embolden them to turn on Trump, or does this make them even more afraid to do so, more in his corner?
So cooked. We're cheering on the downfall of the people in charge.
They have so much to lose, right? They are counting on an administration and a president who will be good to them from a regulatory perspective, from a financial perspective. They need the president's buy-in, I suspect, a lot more than they need Elon Musk's companionship.
That's what I was saying.
And the threat to cut contracts, you know.
What I was saying is, like, I think that politically, financially, you know, those who have a stake here are much more incentivized to stick by Donald Trump in this moment.
Well, if you don't have the Dragon capsule is the only way to get the ISS down, he could cut your contracts.
Absolutely.
And we'll see what happens with that. I mean, Ryan, you have covered Elon Musk for such a long time. When you watch this happening, right, and nobody could turn away from it today, whether you were laughing, whether you were embarrassed by it, I don't know what feeling people might have had. But when you see how far Elon Musk is willing to go, right, he's going there on Jeffrey Epstein and 100 posts about this. How personal is this for him?
I mean, it's incredibly personal. I think this is something that we as Musk reporters have been waiting for a time. You know, both these men get into extreme bust-ups with their associates and their staffers, and we were kind of all waiting for this moment. You know, that it happened isn't a surprise. How it happened is more of a surprise to me. You know, and the speed at which, you know, Elon was ready to essentially unload his clip. You know, he went and had a string of insults lined up that he used, you know, very quickly. And I think that is what surprised me the most.
Et tu, Muscus? Et tu, Muscus? Et tu? F22. OX Dead. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Dee, thank you for the bits. Yeah, I mean, poor Maga doesn't know what to do. This is their 9/11. So, what kind of MAGA are you? Elon, a week from now, we must overthrow the culture of corruption that silences women. Can we please right now agree? And I know I'm not talking to this community. I mean, fucking liberals, okay? There is no Elon Musk rebrand into a woke king, all right? There is no based Elon Musk incoming. There is no, like, blue MAGA. I mean, fuck blue MAGA, but yeah, Mr. Musk, welcome to the resistance. No, fuck him. I hope he chokes. I hope he chokes, is how I'll leave it at. Okay? Yeah, just because he's rallying against Trump right now doesn't erase the fact that he's a massive piece of shit. And also, he's rallying against Trump not because he's a moral person, not because he opposes the big, beautiful bill for, like, for reasons that are having to do with any type of altruism. No, this is about his businesses. This is about him. So he is personally miffed. He is professionally miffed. Laura going against Trump's, let's see what she has to say.
Musk is his own person. The government contracts that he has stand on their own merit. They shouldn't be called into question. Threatening to pull them, that's not wise. When 5 minutes ago you were, of course, hailing Musk's work and helping rescue the stranded Americans in space. Ooh. Elon Musk is like the Thomas Edison of our time. He sacrificed for America personally and professionally. And he wanted to make the Trump presidency happen.
Okay, girl. Okay. You did not just say, like, is she comparing them on is she hold on a second. Let me run this back.
Is like the Thomas Edison of our time. He sacrificed for America personally and professionally. And he wanted to make the Trump presidency happen. And it did. And I will...
Hold on a second. Is Laura Ingraham pulling a 4D chess move here? Is she saying this and it'll make it'll make Musk think that she's supporting him, but Trump, although Trump probably thinks Edison was, like, super great, but you know what I mean? Like, she's playing both sides here. There'll be some people who read into this and they go, oh, she's comparing him to Edison because she's saying that they're both frauds, because she's saying that they both stole invention ideas. Or there will be others who are like, she is supporting Musk because he's a genius. I don't know. I'm not a 4D chess player. I ain't no 4D chess player, so I can only surmise. Don't you mean 5D chess? See, it's beyond me. It's beyond me. So I can only guess as to the moves that she's playing here.
It is the Trump travel ban 2.0 in the wake of the horrific firebomb.
Coming into our country, but I don't know if it will anymore. He's warned that.
What if Trump posted? He posts his travel ban and he crossed out all the other countries and just writes South Africa.
Trump was right about everything. Elon knew the inner workings of this bill better than almost anybody sitting here. And he only developed the problem when he found out that we're going to have to cut the EV mandate. I'm very disappointed in Elon. I've helped Elon a lot. And I'll be honest, I think he misses the place. He actually went up in campaign for me. I think I would have won. Susie would say I would have won Pennsylvania easily anyway.
Oh boy, but Musk is firing back quite a lot on X, and it continues.
Laura's trying to get them back together because it's bad for the right wing. If Elon keeps talking, he'll destroy as well. Yeah, no, it is. It's bad for the right, which is why, again, if the Democrats were smart, they would sit back and they would hammer a message about how, you know, they are like, look at how the big, beautiful bill is bad for the working class. Okay, look at how it slashes Medicaid. Look at all these terrible things. And let the Republicans rip themselves apart. But of course they won't do that. Of course, no, because they never do.
Continues right now. It all started with this post that said, quote, "Without me, Trump would have lost the election." Greg?
Yes.
I saw this too. I wish Carla Sofia Gascon was involved somehow. You know what? She probably is. If I know Carla Sofia Gascon, and boy, do I know Carla Sofia Gascon, I think she is involved. I think somewhere in some room, Carla Sofia Gascon is sitting in front of a computer and is pulling the strings.
Where are you going with this?
Well, I think what you're seeing is a battle between the purist and the pragmatist. I don't like it. I want it
also, this is how big the Elon Musk thing is. I saw earlier Ludwig. Ludwig had in his title, Elon versus Trump. Mogul Mail, or whatever his thing is called. He's like, Mogul Mail explains all. Like fucking Ludwig. Ludwig has jumped in to be like, okay, let's take a look. Maga Mail. Let's take a look at what's happening here. There's no way you saw this tweet from today. Try me. What? Wait, this is from Caitlin. Breaking news, a 6-year-old boy is floating away in a hot air balloon. Watch live from 2009. Bro, I want to be him so bad. From 2009. Balloon boy. Yeah, you're right. I did not see this tweet from today. Today actually being October 15th, 2009. Did somebody help him? His dad went on wife swap? What is this fucking lore? What is this balloon boy lore? What do you mean his dad went on wife swap? They say he's still up there to this day. For all we know, it could have been one of Elon Musk's kids. That's how many he has. No way you haven't seen this today. People will think this is real. Thank you, Hassan Piker, for letting. Ian Miles Chong has probably also already retweeted this. The kid was hiding at home the whole time. Hold on a second. Okay, wait. Wait a second. Balloon boy hoax. What? The balloon boy hoax occurred on October 15th, 2009, when a homemade helium-filled gas balloon shaped to resemble a silver flying saucer was released into the atmosphere above Fort Collins, Colorado, by Richard and Mayumi Heen. They then claim that their 6-year-old son, Falcon, no, his name was Falcon, was trapped inside it. Authorities confirmed the balloon reached 7,000 feet during its 90-minute flight. The event attracted worldwide attention, and Falcon was nicknamed Balloon Boy in the media. Wait, do I know this story? I don't know. National Guard helicopters and local police pursued the balloon. What was I doing in 2009? I was a junior in high school. I know what I was doing. I was October of 2009. I was in rehearsal for Anything Goes. Good authors to who wants to better work. Not use for letter one for not know. Anything goes. That's what I was doing in October of 2009. When Falcon was not found inside, it was reported that an object had been seen falling from the balloon. A search was begun. Later that day, the boy was found hiding in the attic of his home where he had apparently been the whole time. Shut the fuck up. Suspicions of a hoax soon arose, particularly after an interview with Wolf Blitzer on Larry King Live that same evening. Asked why he was hiding, Falcon said to his father, "You guys said that we did this for the show," apparently revealing that the Heens had staged the incident as a publicity stunt. On October 18th, Larimore County Sheriff Jim Alderan announced his conclusion that the incident was a hoax and that the parents would likely face several felony charges. On November 13th, Richard Heen pleaded guilty to attempting to influence a public servant. He was sentenced to 90 days in jail, ordered to pay $36,000, and his wife was sentenced to 20 days of week in jail. Following the incident, they maintained their innocence, claiming that they were pressured into a guilty plea under the threat of Mayumi's deportation. They were pardoned by Governor Jared Polis on December 23rd, 2020. Yo, people will do anything to get on TV. Even pretend that their son is stuck in a balloon that's floating away. The CNN footage was... I need to see a clip of this.
I'm going to ask all three of you to hang on just a minute because we have rather an incredible breaking news story that we're following right now. And this is coming to us out of Colorado.
No!
What you all see right there
that thing
is
an
experimental aircraft that inside of which is a 6-year-old boy who got into that aircraft not that long ago and accidentally launched it. It's hard to believe, but it is absolutely true. It's coming to us. This is the balloon. It is coming to us from KUSA.
No, it's absolutely true.
The chopper is taking pictures, and I believe this balloon, again, experimental with a 6-year-old little boy whose parents have created this experimental balloon. Inside, it's about 10,000 feet up. That's
I like
the approximate.
No one's questioning the experimental balloon. They're just like, yeah, these parents created an experimental balloon, and the boy is stuck inside.
Height right now, traveling at
what do you mean an
experimental
balloon?
This is in the area of Greeley, Colorado. The family home, I believe, is in Fort Collins, Colorado. Apparently, this experimental balloon.
I wonder if the rest of Furian knows this story because this has a Will Neff America Me Up segment written all over it.
Was attached somehow to the house of the family creating it.
Have you never heard about this in passing?
By a rope.
You know what? I may have, and I just didn't retain it, am not like remembering.
And the 6-year-old little boy
yes,
got
did.
into that balloon and somehow detached the rope. There's a wider shot perspective,
so
everybody.
Funny
Imagine
that he already
the terror
talked
right
about
now
it on
of the 6-year-old little boy and the family far away on the ground. Again, estimates this being as high as 10,000 feet right now as it travels pretty quickly through the skies of Colorado.
I cannot believe how fucking fast that thing is moving.
Information as to whether.
Oh my God, I can't believe how fast that thing is moving, and everyone was glued to their TVs being like, "There's a boy on that experimental balloon. He's gonna die." That thing is thuman. That thing is thuman. Holy shit.
We believe 100% that he was on board.
And Falcon was really in the garage this whole time. I don't know if Falcon can hear me, but was he, because I know at some point he fell asleep in that garage, but he was hiding out because he thought you were going to punish him for something that happened earlier in the day. Did he hear anything? Did he hear you screaming out, "Falcon, Falcon"?
He's asking Falcon, did you hear us calling your name at any time? You did?
You did?
Why didn't you come out?
Oh my God.
You guys said that we did this for the show.
Man.
No.
You didn't come out?
No.
I heard what he said, but I'm not. It wasn't really clear. What was his reasoning why he heard you screaming "Falcon, Falcon," and I'm sure he heard his mom screaming "Falcon, Falcon." But why didn't he come out of the garage at that point?
Well, whenever we tell him things like, it's a bad thing to do, he does go and hide. He cowls down. And, like, if we go to the store and he wants to buy some candy or something, I have to tell him no. So he's always behind. I mean, the other boys are always telling him, hurry, Falcon, hurry. So he does,
Look at this
just tend to
kid.
do that.
Did you think,
Look at this
Mayumi,
child.
did you think it was possible
Look
that
at him,
the
he's
Falcon
like-
was just hiding out this time and was not necessarily on board that balloon?
We searched any place, even in the small drawers, and possibly
God, he's
Falcon
literally
can
doing this.
fit it in any part of the house, and we couldn't find him. Also, we searched the our kids' friends' houses. He might be visiting.
Bro, I cannot with the
we went
footage
through
of the balloon
possible,
next
any
to it.
places. So
This is fucking insane. You know what? Kids being honest is a problem when you're trying to pretend like you didn't set up this whole scheme, that your son was on an experimental balloon that you created and he went flying off into the sky, and it's because you wanted to be on TV.
May not remember 16-year-old Falcon Heaney.
He didn't even want the food.
But you'll certainly
Oh my God,
remember
this poor
his unusual
kid.
story.
We're going to turn to Colorado and that balloon flight that has garnered so much attention.
Authorities tracked that balloon for 2 hours, sparing that 6-year-old.
Okay, their plan was that when the balloon was finally brought down or crashed or whatever, and they were like, oh my God, wait, Falcon's not on here? Where is he? And then they'd find out that he'd been hiding in the garage. Oh, we had no idea. We didn't know that he was in the garage. And then the kid was like, but you told me to go in the garage because we wanted to be on TV.
Was inside on a misguided joyride.
Yo,
Balloon boy, anybody
those
ever throw that at
parents
you
are
these days?
so...
But
Not
you're
everyone
laughing
should have
about it.
kids.
Yeah, it's just-
A reminder that not everyone should have children.
What's your reaction to it?
I'm just like,
Falcon says he doesn't remember much
At
about
least
the
they didn't
incident
put him in the
that
balloon.
earned
You know
him
what?
that
True.
nickname, but his dad, Richard, certainly does.
Surely you know this was not just some little story that was going to go away. You know that, right?
Afterward,
No,
you
dude.
know,
Dude.
after the fact, I mean,
Caroline knew right away it was a hoax. That's why she never bothered to know about it. You know what? When I was in rehearsals for Anything Goes in October of 2009, I saw that story. I was like, this is a fucking hoax. I need to get back to jazz. I have jazz rehearsal. Excuse me. The rest of you are glued to this. Please. I got to read on these people the second that I saw them. The second that I saw them, I knew.
it just never dawned on me. Falcon
I'm
appears.
sorry, what is his search truth? Search truth internet historian Richard Heaney. He has this on his tank top that he's wearing. Okay. All right, dude. Critical, thank you for the 28 months. What I love most about you, Caroline, is you're like an uncontacted Amazonian tribe when it comes to lore. Yeah, you know what? Sometimes I feel like I was just born as a 30-year-old baby. Like, I just appeared one day. I'm like, hi, I'm here. What's going on? What's happening? Big Labor Boy, thank you for the 2 months. Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Speed, thank you for the gifted. Bad Train Wreck, thank you for the gifted. Hogan, thank you for another gifted.
You know,
I
didn't know there was.
Well, you guys, I was somewhat of a born-again Christian. Kind of. And I think maybe when that happened, I was truly born again.
I mean, actually,
what I
we
love
didn't have a
most about you,
TV
Caroline,
hooked up.
is you're like an
So I had
uncontacted
no idea what was
Amazonian
going on.
tribe when it comes to lore.
10 years ago,
I just
millions
fell out
were
of a
glued to their
coconut
TVs,
tree.
watching as this giant balloon drifted across the Colorado sky.
A search is underway for a 6-year-old boy who may or may not have climbed into a homemade helium balloon.
It captivated cable audiences with wall-to-wall coverage. The incident, an apparent emergency. Falcon Heaney's life seemingly was in danger.
Okay, how long has the 6-year-old been missing?
You ever heard the O.J.
His
Simpson
father,
police
Richard,
chase?
an inventor who built the balloon himself, sounding frantic on this 911 call.
I was in the Bronco.
He's in that.
Sarah, thank you for the 19 months.
My son just said, be verified. He said,
Oh my God. You know what? Reality TV and the thrill of it, the people believing that was their way to fame. I think it cooked a lot of people. I think it cooked a lot of people's brains. Just the chance to have fame doing whatever, didn't matter. The opportunity to be on television.
We had it tethered. It wasn't supposed to take off. 3, 2, 1.
The family had been recording the saucer seen here in this home video just moments before that 911 call. The Colorado National Guard was put on alert. Helicopters at the ready. Flights around the area were diverted.
God, how much money did they
After nearly 2
spend?
hours, that flying saucer started losing its lift.
5, 4,
Because
3.
remember, the 2000s were a golden era for reality TV. That was when there was a reality TV boom. You had the Real World, you had Keeping Up with the Kardashians, you had American Idol, you had Big Brother, Survivor, like just a boom of reality television. Jersey Shore. Yeah. And so a lot of people looked at this and were like, this is my chance. This is my chance for money and for fame. What if the Falcon we know isn't the real Falcon, the real one was in the balloon? Well, I guess we'll never know. He's up with the aliens now. James Lee, thank you for the 10 months.
They're trying to grab the balloon on the ground.
Oh my
He just
God.
touched the ground.
It dropped into a field some 50 miles from the Heaney's home. Rescuers scrambled to find the boy in the balloon while viewers held their breath.
I'm going to say that this kid is going to be okay. It's been a safe landing.
But as it turned out, Falcon was never in the balloon to begin with. Instead, he'd been hiding in the attic at home. Later that evening, the Heaneys talked to CNN. And when Falcon was asked why he hid, the little boy said this.
We did this for the show.
What did he mean, we did this for the show?
We did this for the show.
I have no idea.
That interview sparked speculation over whether the whole
He's like,
thing was an act.
kids say the
Authorities
darndest
began
things.
calling it a hoax. At the
Kids
time,
say
saying the
the
Heaneys,
darndest
who had
things.
reportedly been shopping a reality show and had already been on ABC's Wife Swap, staged the stunt to gain fame. Richard and his wife, Mayumi, insisted it was not staged, but eventually pled guilty to related charges and served minimal jail time.
Oh my God.
Mayumi did initially confess, but she says only out of fear.
Mayumi, did you actually think you could lose your kids in all this?
Yes, I did.
God.
You thought somebody would actually take your boys away
Today's
from
streamers
you?
ain't got
all
nothing on
this.
these guys.
I thought I'm going to be deported. Then I won't see
Oh my God.
my husband or kids. I won't be able to see them. So
then why would you do this?
My focus was a hope of family together.
Real.
The family now lives in Florida. Richard still
Of course.
maintains that it wasn't a hoax and
Of
says he was a
course.
victim of character assassination.
And how, after you stack all that stuff, throw in the interview that was on CNN with Wolf Blitzer, you throw all that together with a background you have, why wouldn't people go?
This is another
"You know
hit what? piece. This is another hit piece, which I anticipate.
Here?
Yeah.
What is it going to take
God,
to change
he really does give such Florida man vibes.
public opinion that you know is still out there about what happened 10 years ago?
What would be nice is if the media could actually go, yeah, Richard's got a point, but it's so biased
The media lies,
the media continues
man.
on with the same narrative.
Bro, you know, this man 1,000% voted for Donald Trump.
And all these years later,
do you
CNN,
feel a sense
fake
still
news.
that you need to clear your name?
Oh, most definitely.
Still, 10 years later?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Mainstream media lies.
I've lost many opportunities. I've lost a lot of opportunities.
Crooked
I've had
News
people
Network.
contact me about things I've invented, and the deal went south. And, because they find out who I am. And the thing that gets me is the media never tells my side of the story.
He says the incident has been a learning experience for his family.
How has this impacted you all?
Things I invented.
Oh, man.
Things I invented. And then deals fall through because they find out who I am.
It's had a very positive effect.
Positive.
Very positive, because I closed off our family to the outside world. And I just said, we're going to go to homeschooling. We're going to go do activities together. And I'm going to be the guy that spends time with them.
It sounds like you're saying this incident
He's just a
actually
good
made
family
you all
man.
a tighter-knit family.
Yes, we are definitely a tighter-knit family.
Since the incident, the Heaney boys have started a band.
On the balloon?
Their heavy metal talents on display in this 2014 music video for a song aptly titled No Hoax.
We don't really want to associate
No,
ourselves.
no, man, no. What is this? You guys, this is America. This is fucking the United States of America. And now 16 years later, we have the showdown between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. They made a band singing a song called No Hoax with a green screen of the balloon. Which Twitch streamer did they grow up to be? Yeah, they're all in phase now. Oh shit! Speed Razor, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
With that. We just want to rock out.
Do you have any
my
current
God.
TV or reality show opportunities in the works?
No.
Would you take an opportunity, a reality show, any TV opportunity, or would you rather get out of the spotlight at this point, given what the spotlight has done to you?
Yeah, I don't want to be in the spotlight. Okay, and I'm sitting here with you with a light in my face, because
Literally
of
a
this.
spotlight
People
on
need
me.
to know this right here, this truth. But now my boys, they love playing music, they love performing.
Oh, here
it's a
comes
real
the butt.
passion with them. So if any opportunities come down the pipe, I hope it's for them.
Okay, oh my God, this man. I love that he's like, look, I don't want to be in the spotlight, but, my boys are musicians. And this could really help them. So if any opportunity came up, if anybody, wants to do a reality show on the family, I would do it for my boys.
For Nightline,
and that's the
I'm
truth.
TJ Holmes in Archer, Florida.
And that's the truth.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos.
God, man, you know what? I stand by it. Reality TV. It's hard to say like what came first, the chicken or the egg, with reality TV and Americans just being cooked, just brain rotted, right? It's like this obsession with celebrity and just the most soulless type of entertainment. Like they were doing Wife Swap, a show where you swap wives. Bacon is good for me. Oh, it's so wild. Okay, I know. I was talking about the story from today, and now we went back in time. 15 years ago. We went back to 2009. All right, let's go back to talking about Elon, because I did want to get to Jay Aubrey's video, which I have been wanting to watch this week and have not yet watched, but I think it comes at a perfect time. Okay, we'll watch some of Fox 5, the 5, trying to do some damage control here. Please do it. I was today years old when I found out tweet about the balloon boy. You know what? And that balloon boy grew up to be Elon Musk. 15 years ago, the world watched as we thought a boy was flying away on an experimental balloon, and the world gathered around their television screens in horror, hoping that the boy would be returned safely. And he was, and that boy grew up to become Elon Musk, and that experimental balloon became SpaceX. I'm shocked Andre didn't teach you this essential part of internet lore. Maybe because he didn't see this as internet lore, you know? He's like, this isn't... Well, we'll have to tell him that I learned about I learned about this when we do our next Carol Learns the Internet. This was IRL lore. Like, this was a big news story lore. This wasn't just something... This wasn't just like some random thing on YouTube that people who were on YouTube at that time saw. Internet historian had a video about Balloon Boy. I just wish he wasn't a plagiarist and a Nazi. You know, that would be nice. It would be nice if he wasn't a plagiarist and a Nazi. Did you see Aiden Ross stream? You know what? The answer to that is always going to be no. He's taken Trump's side and trashing Musk. Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. Aiden Ross has a shirt with Donald Trump's face on it. He can't throw that shirt out. He'd have to get a new shirt. I'm going to stop you there. No, I have not seen Aiden Ross's stream. You know, shockingly, I actually don't watch Aiden Ross. Can we get an encore of Everything is Stupid sometime tonight? You know what? It does seem appropriate for that.
I want to tell them if
for
they're
that
both
banger.
watching, knock it off. We're done with this. This is an
we're done?
incredible moment.
No. Oh, we are not done, Greg. Oh, Greggy. We are not done. We are just getting started. And the funny thing is, if the roles are reversed here, you know that they would be doing wall to wall, just like coming in their pants. They're so excited. If this were on the others, if the roles were reversed, okay, if it were not Elon versus Trump, I mean, they just this would be 100 Christmases for them. But because they know it's bad for the right, they're like, can everybody chill? Can everybody stop?
For our country, it's a wait.
I bet Jay Aubrey's mad as hell. He published that video like 3 days before. I mean, I think that the video's probably getting even more traction now. I'm sure people are going on YouTube and typing in Trump, and his videos are already popular, so they'll get that video, or sorry, Musk and Trump. So I'm sure it helps.
It's optimistic. It's on board with the golden age. Don't sabotage it with a self-inflicted feud. You know, don't let the Dems get back up from the floor where they belong. You know, you got two really successful people, billionaires, and they both, I guess, have egos, but they also have different ways of seeing things. The great thing about this is we all see it. This is an incredibly transparent administration. This isn't a bug in the system.
I like that he has a poop emoji sippy cup. You know, a lot of times, like, these guys, I think they think that they're like that they're just memeing and that they're trolling, and it's like you're sipping out of shit. You're sipping out of a poop cup. But yeah, they have the brains of 10-year-olds. That's how they act. You're like, ha 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 ha. This will own them. It's ironic.
Is the system. So I want you to compare this system to the one, you know, that ended in 2020. Would you take a forceful president and a billionaire publicly feuding in public, you know, over an invalid president, you know, who was kept hidden?
What great options we have here in the U.S. Would you take an invalid president, somebody who those around him knew that he was senile, they knew that he was sick, they knew that he was not capable for the job? Or would you take the world's richest man and the world's most powerful man going at each other's throats? Amazing. I also love this. Yeah, we need to stop pretending that Trump is This idea that Trump has all his faculties, like, Trump is also an old man, okay?
From the public, leaving the country without a leader. I'll take this any day. At least I know what's going on, and I can somewhat enjoy it. But I want him to stop. I've had it. This is like, it's like I don't want to see my parents fighting. I just want them to get back to, I like Batman and Robin. I don't like Spy versus Spy. Can I talk, just finish up on all the outrage over the travel ban and stuff? This is a collision between adult actions and childish ideals. You know,
what the fuck is that analogy?
Have gone without adult supervision for so.
What do you mean spy versus spy? Are you saying that Donald Trump is a Chinese communist spy? Did we just find out that Donald Trump is part of the CCP? Because they really only use the word spy when they're talking about China. A Chinese communist spy?
So long, and the muscle of deterrence have atrophied. They don't know what it's like. That's why every time Trump takes an adult action, it's like a big bucket of ice water on their head. But the travel bans, the deportations, the criminal roundups.
Spy versus Spy was a wordless comic strip published in Mad magazine. It's still funny, though, to use... What I'm saying, though, it's still funny to use that comparison. It's like, can we go back to Spy versus Spy, where it's like these two guys who are doing espionage, while he's also saying that at least what's happening here is transparent. Like, Greg Gutfield goes, I would rather have this because at least we know what's going on here versus Joe Biden with all the secrecy and all the, you know, web of lies. But then goes on to be like, enough. Can't we go back to Spy versus Spy? So which one is that?
These are a course correction necessary after 4 years of children running the candy store, doling out benefits and cash to everybody. They happily forfeited the adult role to be basically a global Santa Claus. I mean,
is this how they speak on The Five? I don't watch enough of them. Do they just constantly use analogies like this? Santa Claus, the candy store, Spy versus Spy, Batman versus Robin. This is how they talk.
Protected the country. This wouldn't have happened, but now the adults are in charge.
You know, Kaylee, do you see this as a big distraction from all the good work that this administration has been able to do up to date? Will this only distract from any of those?
Oh my God, she looks scary.
I don't see it as a distraction. Yes, the liberal media will go nuts over this. They have been all week.
Why does she look airbrushed?
But this was predictable. You have the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, and the most powerful man in the world, President Donald Trump. For this to work, the richest man in the world would have had to subjugate his ego to the most powerful man, because guess who the American people elected? The man sitting behind the Resolute desk you are looking at. And Elon Musk, he did a lot of good.
Yeah, no, I know. That's why we were all like, why the fuck is Elon in the White House? Elon was not elected. Okay, as much as we hate Donald Trump, like, he was elected. He was. Majority of people in this country voted for him. Elon Musk is not an elected official. So it's very funny to hear the Five be saying these things that a lot of people have been saying for quite some time, but still trying to spin it to be like, but everything's fine, you know, it's all good. It's all fine and dandy. I know I covered this before. Democrats who are eyeing the possibility of adding Elon Musk to the team. A villain to ally arc for Elon Musk. Some Dems wonder if there's a role for them to play. You know what? Yeah, go for it. Do it. Keep losing. Keep being the loser party. Go.
He brought attention to spending, to cutting spending. No one wants to touch that issue. He touched it, and there was a lot of personal backlash. He lost value in his companies. He got death threats. But ultimately, President Trump is the one who won the election. And for Elon Musk to say, I won Trump this election, President Trump won all of the swing states. He is the first person in the Republican Party to win the popular vote in 20 years. He had the highest raw vote total of any Republican nominee ever.
Okay. Anyway. All right. I got a taste of that. I know. I cannot. Very limited amount. Don't forget, Brian here had his own fights with Trump and MAGA. Yes, but remember what Republicans are usually good at doing is they will fall in line. They don't want to break up the party. They do not want the infighting. Not right now, too, with this bill. Laura Loomer. Oh, Laura Loomer. What's she saying? Never bet against Trump. I can't say that enough. Of course. You really can't trust Kilmeade's judgment. Kilmeade said I shouldn't have any credibility. All of these tweets, like every single thing, it's just, again, all of the most heinous people. Just the most disgusting, the most cretinous, bottom of the barrel scum who are going at each other. And you love to see it. You love to see the worst people fighting. Cataboo stood 10 toes down against Scott Jennings on CNN earlier tonight.
He says still very much goes inside of the Republican Party tent. I believe that will include
Cat Abu.
primaries next year.
Does it include the people who lose their access to Medicaid or the ones that lose their SNAP
illegal
benefits?
aliens? They don't vote anyway, so I don't guess it'll matter to them.
Are you saying that only undocumented
I'm saying
people
we're
are on
going to make
Medicaid?
sure that no
11
undocumented person
million people are going to lose their health care.
We're going to make sure that illegal aliens and folks who won't get off
I don't think his hostage ribbon is big enough.
couch and try to work are not going to scam the system, and we're going to preserve it for the people who need it.
The
That's what
able-bodied
we're
work
doing.
provisions, I think that's something that's... Define
What if you get sick and you can't work?
Get to the point
If you
here.
need it, you'll have it. The program will be
So in
available.
addition to that,
Define able-bodied. Define it.
Get up and go to work, right?
No, but
My
define it,
favorite
because there is
egg.
a working poor in this country. You do identify with that. There are people who work 40 hours or more in this country that cannot afford the basic necessities,
They'll have
including
Medicaid.
insurance.
They're going to have Medicaid.
But there's a gap in many places that don't expand Medicaid.
Okay, so you know who determines who gets Medicaid for the most part, right?
Yes, I
Not
was in the
federal
state.
government.
I was in the state
States,
legislature.
right?
Yeah, I
Not the
got
general
you.
counsel of the government.
I got it.
Right?
I was there for a
Biden
decade, 8
administration
years.
says
So for people
Literally
fact checking.
Can't take anybody
Humpty
off the
Dumpty
rolls,
ass.
right? What this bill does is say, states, you can take people off the rolls now.
Correct.
If they're ineligible. Right?
Okay.
So if they're ineligible, they're going to go off the rolls.
How are they ineligible?
Okay.
So
I've said this many times at this table. You can't just say if they're ineligible. You have to also
define what you're talking
You also
about.
have to acknowledge. Hold on. You have to acknowledge that this bill makes more people ineligible. That's part of what the bill does.
If they
It
don't
makes
meet,
more people
work
ineligible.
requirements.
If they don't meet work requirements. Work requirements are such that people who are currently already working may not meet the requirements
Correct.
under this bill.
They're called
people
the
who are
working
working now are going to, some of them, not meet the requirements
Why
under this
wouldn't
bill.
they meet it?
Or
Why wouldn't they meet
because,
it?
Okay, I've given this example many times. I'll give it again. The bill has a provision that says that if you have a child who is older than the age of 7, you have to meet a higher work requirement level. So if you're a mom, a single mom, and you're the only person taking care of a child, and you have a 14-year-old or a 13-year-old or a 12-year-old, the bill says you have to work a lot more. Some people are not going to be able to do that. They may lose their Medicaid. So
that's the point. Yeah, I mean, that is the point. I gotta be honest, I hate these panels that Abby Phillips is tasked with doing lately because they don't accomplish fucking anything. Yeah, I mean, it's at the end of the day, like, honestly, it's theatrics, right? It's why they have on people like Humpty Dumpty, you know. It's why they'll bring on contentious voices because it is political theater. Like, That's the purpose. It's the drama. It's the back and forth. It's political theater. I think it'd be better if they could mute people's mics so others aren't talking over each other. But the whole point is the fight, right? They want a dog fight. Yeah, they want a dog fight. And, you know, it's you have mostly liberals who are watching something like CNN. And then, of course, you have Republicans who watch things like Fox News. So it's not as if it's moving the needle on people who are on people who don't already feel biased in, like, firmly biased on one side. That's why they have that one woman on Fox News. Who's the one brunette lady? Like, she's always showing up on Fox News. She's the liberal voice. Jessica? Yeah. Yeah. Because even Fox News gets it, you know? They'll have on a Jessica Tarkoff. Because they want that. They want that fight. They want that back and forth. Escape from Tarkov. Okay, we're gonna watch Jay Aubrey's vid, How to Kill Your Reputation in 6 Months, Elon Musk and the Art of Self-Sabotage. Depending on how long this is taking, we may watch half of it and then resume the other half, but we will see. Here's the link.
Where to start with Elon
I'm
Musk,
so sorry.
the awkward but brilliant visionary. Time magazine describes Musk as both clown and genius.
Hey.
The man who aspires to save our planet and get us a new one to inhabit. The richest man in the world, Musk has also courted controversy.
An experiment in both governance and billionaire power grabs.
This is giving Succession.
Ended. And it's kind of different than what we might have thought when it began.
He was greatly disliked by the American public. He became political kryptonite.
I am not evil, I just misunderstood.
Billions of dollars amassed by selling Teslas to promote European...
Bro, SNL and having the biggest dickheads on their show. Never fails.
Far-right parties.
I'm not just MAGA, I'm dog gothic MAGA.
Elon's cuts are officially killing people.
Straight up Sig Heil.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy.
Also, I talked to Vivian again this week to plan our stream. If you guys have any ideas of what would be fun, I'm trying to decide if we should do an IRL or if we should do like a desktop stream. But if you have any ideas, let me know. I wonder if she plays Night Rain. IRL Deco, that could be fun. That could be good. I know she's going to Hassan's on Saturday. I think they're doing a desktop stream, but yeah, we have been like just missing. Our schedules have not been lining up for like 2 months now. So I'm thinking I'm thinking it could be fun since we're both in LA to do, doing an IRL. Whatever. We'll figure it out. Plus, it's Pride Month, so I'm like, there's a lot of Pride events happening.
I am not a Nazi.
I think we covered it.
But that's exactly what a Nazi would say. Damn it.
So the other day, YouTube recommended to me an ancient relic of the past that just about gave me whiplash. A 2019 episode of PewDiePie's meme review featuring none other than Justin Roiland and Elon Musk. Now, there's never really been a time in my life where I've watched a ton of PewDiePie content, but I do remember when this video came out just because it was such a huge deal for a YouTuber to be collabing with the creator of Rick and Morty and the CEO of Tesla at the same time. It was bizarre back then, and it's somehow even more bizarre now in retrospect, considering just how much both of these men have destroyed their own reputations beyond repair in just under half a decade. So, of course, I had to give it a watch.
Also, just so you know, it's never a coincidence, all right? When we talk about the company you keep, it's not a coincidence when it's like, whoa, what? This guy's a piece of shit? This guy's a piece of shit? This guy's a piece of shit? Yeah, there's a reason that they're all buddies and they all hang out.
I mean, there's some good memes here. Is this the first one? I believe so. He's earnestly presenting this in Congress.
And you can see how easy it would be.
Birds
to
of a
just replace
feather.
that text and
Yes.
add anything you want there.
It's almost as though he wasn't saying that.
The first thing I noticed right off the bat is just how jarringly coherent Elon Musk sounded back then. I mean, maybe I'm looking into it too much, but the way he quietly and carefully articulates his words here is like a breath of fresh air compared to whatever this is.
I mean, we're trying to get good things done, but also, have a good time doing it. And,
Yeah, most people don't realize that the origin of the word meme is the, I believe, 1976 book by Richard Dawkins, The Selfish Gene.
The left wanted to make comedy illegal, you know? Like, you can't make fun of anything. So there's like, comedy
is
sucks.
so bad.
It's like, nothing's funny, you can't make fun of anything. It's like, legalize comedy.
This is always one of the funniest claims, that the left wanted to make comedy illegal. And that comedy is legal again. Comedy is legal again. And that people just eat this shit up. Like, I love this idea of the left, whatever that means, this amorphous, shadowy figure that is the left that is trying to outlaw comedy. Like, if you try and do comedy, you get sent to the gulag.
Yeah.
That ideas propagate like genes. Based on sort of like a survival of the fittest paradigm. Only the strongest memes survive.
Yeah, I'm assuming this was before the ketamine era. As you might expect, the 6-year-old comments down below reflect a bygone era in which Elon Musk was once widely beloved by both sides of the political spectrum. It's crazy to think how not that long ago, American liberals were openly lauding Elon, not just for his seemingly eco-friendly companies and his commitment to putting humans on Mars by 2022, but for an unusually endearing demeanor for someone worth, at that point, a cool $100 billion. If nothing else, deciding to participate in a video like this suggests that even in 2019, Elon was hard at work trying to separate himself from the reputations of his
Oh, you mean getting richer makes you even more of a loser? You mean making even more billions does not make you cooler? And does the opposite?
Slow, out of touch, villainous, bloodthirsty, in some cases, tech CEO contemporaries, making himself out to be a silly, relatable goofball by laughing at memes of a dead deer on PewDiePie's channel. Only recently has that mask begun to slip.
What's up, Allison?
In 2025, Elon's favorability rating is plummeting harder than his car sales. Teslas have become canvases for graffiti, swastikas, and dog poop, as the first few months of the year saw hordes of Democrats and Republicans spilling into crowded town hall meetings just to protest a man they believed had shamelessly bought his way into the federal government.
I voted in favor of the continuing resolution, or CR. It keeps the lights on for President Trump and Doge to continue their work.
God, nightmare. Old saying, power reveals. If you're a loser when you're not rich, you become more of a loser when you get power. Yeah, we see this all the time, okay? We see this with content creators, where very clearly you were a loser in high school, and then you became popular. Now you have a lot of money. And unfortunately, now more people are exposed to you being a loser. But also there's that like, people who were not cool, who were losers, who etc., just socially not unpopular, when they get clout, when they get money, when they get then power, it's like this vindictiveness, and it's like this this feeling of having been a victim that then becomes everybody's problem. Like, we all have to deal with this now. But unfortunately, because money and fame bring power, it's not just this thing that can be swatted away. Like, it is a thing that unfortunately comes to affect a lot of people. Like, Vivek vibes, yeah. So many of these people who it's like, yeah, clearly you were not popular, okay? You were a loser, and you're on like a revenge arc. It's like some Batman shit, except Batman and Elon Musk have nothing in common aside from the fact that they're billionaires. Like, Tim Pool can't show his face in public, so he made his own skate park complex for him and the boys. Yeah, like Tim Pool, that clip where he's talking about how everyone else is the problem except for him. And it's like, dude, no, dude. This is the victim complex that someone like Tim Pool has had his whole life. It's just that now he has a platform. Now, you know, he's not going away. We have to live in this timeline with Tim Pool. But it is this feeling of having been a victim of people not liking you.
And honestly, it's not hard to see where this animosity comes from. Elon Musk is the richest robber baron in the world. A South African-born Nepo baby who grew up in the shadow of apartheid and blood money allegedly procured by his incestuous father's stake in a Zambian emerald mine, which Elon himself stopped acknowledging once it became convenient. People are finally waking up to Mr. Musk being less of the groundbreaking inventor he was.
There are a lot of streamers who are deeply insecure, okay? They're deeply insecure. That insecurity never went away. And even when they started to grow an audience, and so that validation helped to buffer the insecurity, that insecurity is still there, and it drives them to do things that that they think is going to bring the most adoring, biggest audience that they can get. But at the root of it is a deep insecurity. Never forget that. They may not come across as insecure. They may seem very confident. Definitely not cool, but the people who like them thinking they're cool. But it's an insecurity that they have had for a very long time, which is what drove them to do something like streaming. If you ever wonder, like, why did this person get into streaming? Seeking validation because of deep insecurities. And the internet is a way for terrible people to gain clout, and clout brings power. There you go.
wants us to think he is, and more of a lucky investor who spent the past couple decades of his life failing upwards. An immigrant from a world of unimaginable privilege who thinks he has the right to decide who does and doesn't deserve America's already withering social safety net. A man who endlessly insists he's done nothing wrong, while at the same time terminating thousands of jobs, slashing child cancer research, decimating critical aid to underprivileged communities, and has threatened to rip life-changing medical coverage away from Americans who have put their lives on the line for a country they love.
You're lying. I'm a veteran. You don't give a fuck about me. Hey, shut the fuck up.
God, this is an amazing moment.
After getting lucky in the dot-com boom of—
Is that why you stream? So I started streaming because I was at a weird point in my life. I was turning 30 and I was between I was at like a crossroads in my career, and I was looking at the entertainment industry and not feeling confident about continuing on that path. And so I pretty much was like, you know what? I'm going to just try streaming. I've seen Will do it for the past couple years. It's changed his life. Maybe this can be something for me as well. But I had no plan aside from I'm just going to try this thing for 6 months, see what happens. And I started doing it. And then I realized that I enjoyed building a community and having a platform to talk about things that I think are important. Now, don't get me wrong. The validation aspect of content, of being a streamer, of just being a content creator, of like being known on the internet, that is true for everyone. Okay. I don't care who you are. Validation is something that's really hard to resist, but it gets tricky because if you give yourself over to it, then I think you can land in really unhealthy territory. Gaza's our home. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope y'all are doing well. Hope you had a good stream. So I really don't, I try not to get lost in like reading great comments about me, because then it also, I think, gives oxygen to a lot of the bad comments. And I don't want to alter my self-perception on how the internet feels about me, good or bad. So it helps to keep me grounded, and it also helps me, you know, the good comments are great because it's encouraging to like keep doing this and keep going. But it's just, it's a better balance if I'm not obsessing over what people are saying about me either way, whether they're fans or they're not fans, because that's not why I started doing this. And so I would never sit here and be like, oh no, I'm not a person who cares at all about any type of validation from this. That's not why I do it at all. That is a reason that exists for everybody. It's just a matter of like, what is the thing that drives you, and why. Like when I look at certain streamers and I know they don't believe in the things that they're saying on their stream, and certainly not in the way they're saying it, but it's what has given them it's what has grown their audience. And that is it's a drug. It's a very, very powerful drug, that kind of clout and that validation, even if it is crafted out of something that's not actually authentic. We have studies that show your brain weighs negative information twice as much as positive info. That's the other thing, is like, even if there's great comments out there, you will give more weight to negative comments, even if there are less negative comments than positive ones. Your friend Tito, thank you for the 8 months. So the reason that I keep streaming is because this has now become my career, and there are opportunities that I have gotten outside of streaming that I would never have gotten with streaming, or if I hadn't started streaming, because I am much more financially stable than I was for the past 10 years after graduating college, working multiple jobs, and because having a platform, having followers, like those things are social currency. And so for things that I want to do that I don't think I would have been able to do had I not started streaming, that is now an advantage. That is now this, like, unfortunately, in this world where things have changed, you know, if you want to create things, if you want to be in the entertainment industry, now you have to come with a social media following. Now you have to have social clout, unless you're like Patrick Schwarzenegger. So it's these things I do care about. These things I care about, and I want to be able to talk about them on the platform that I've created. And then also the goals that I have outside of live streaming, or I mean, outside of live streaming, but also just like off of Twitch, I would say. So there's those as well. Can we not with this photo? Yeah, I'll unpause it in a second. Big Cheese, thank you for the 2 months.
Of the late 90s and selling his first company Zip2 for millions of dollars, Elon went on to pour his first bit of cash into X. No, I'm not referring to Twitter or the sun he parades around like a Thanksgiving balloon. I'm talking about the original X.com, the company that would later merge with Confinity to become PayPal. Nowadays, Elon has virtually nothing to do with the modern iteration of the payment system we all know and love, because he was so notoriously difficult to work with that his fellow executives forced him out of the CEO role on his honeymoon in 2000. Still, he held onto his shares and made almost $200 million when PayPal was acquired by eBay in 2002, going on to become an angel investor in Tesla by 2004. This is where his net worth would skyrocket, but not until he backstabbed Tesla's original founders, got sued, and crowned himself as honorary founder of the company, despite not actually founding shit. From there, Elon would sign multiple contracts with the feds, snatching up tens of billions of dollars in the form of government subsidies to keep both his exploding car and rocket companies afloat, slowly but surely clawing his way up the ladder to become the wealthiest man in modern history, where he now rakes in $8 million of taxpayer money a day, proving that meritocracy is as dead as ever.
Has he had a hairline procedure? 1,000%. He has hair plugs. He has spent a lot of money on his hair. That shit is fake. I do think it's worth noting, though, it's not like automatically bad to want validation or attention. I agree. It just feels like people get so puritanical with it instead of just like learn to have a healthy relationship to these parts of life. Totally. And I hope that that was what I was expressing, because I do feel that as well, where it's not that inherently wanting validation is bad. It's just what your relationship with that is. You know, when people will be like, man, I just want people to like me. A lot of people do. That's very human. It's very human to want to feel validated, to want to feel seen and appreciated and loved and whatever. It's just that there are some people who have an unhealthy relationship with that turns into an obsession. And it means that they are constantly doing things seeking validation.
Elon Musk has remained on an endless crusade for status and the immense power that comes with it, all while furthering his...
It's why I kept saying Elon is legitimately bothered by how many people hate him. When he was on, what was it, CNN or whatever outlet it was, expressing how upset he was at what liberals and Democrats were saying about him, he cares. He does. So that's why I kept being like, Almost the opposite of the, hey, the billionaire won't see what you're saying about, the billionaire who was friends with the pedophile won't see what you're saying about them, but the guy you went to college with who's friends with the pedophile will, that meme format. Elon is like the opposite of that, where the regular guy might not see what you're saying about him, but Elon Musk, who's just like this other guy, regular Joe, average Joe, he will see it, and it will bother him. I mean, you look at how Vivian has estranged herself from Elon, that she has totally rejected him, and he can't stand that. He cannot stand his children, his biological children, not treating him with reverence, not treating him like a god king. He's like, I gave you life, and you should treat me you should treat me with respect that I'm not owed. But yeah, he very much so cares what people think about him. He wants to be cool. He wants to be popular. Why do you think he acts the way he does? That he puts on that stupid fucking hat, dark MAGA, and wields a chainsaw on stage is because he thinks he looks cool. It's because the worst dudes that you went to college with are on Twitter being like, Elon to the moon. He has a massive ego that he needs constantly filled.
Own interests. It's no secret that Elon went out of his way to assemble a makeshift agency to slash and burn the regulatory and administrative state from within, and it's also no coincidence that he set his crosshairs on the very same government agencies that happen to be in the midst of investigating him and his businesses, all under the false pretense of efficiency, co-opting a decade-old meme for the sake of coming across as some wholesome chungus working for the good of the people. I think we can all agree that reducing government waste is a good idea on paper. I just don't think the majority of the country wants their grandparents going homeless. Almost like Elon has other intentions. We already know he's a serial liar. Look no further than his gaming record. Just because Elon has spent years of his life forging a fraudulent persona of some man of the...
Like, there's so many examples you can point to of how insecure Elon is. Why the fuck do you think he lies about being a god gamer? He wants to be accepted in the gaming in the gaming circles as like this god tier gamer, and it legitimately upset him. People mocking him, Vivian mocking him and being like, no, he actually needed me and my brother to carry him. Like, he cares so much.
The people who strive to push humanity forward and have fun doing it does not make him any less of the soulless, profit-driven oligarch that he's always been. The veneer of a harmless troll is entirely intentional as he seeks to pull the wool over the eyes of a populace he regards as too passive and stupid to realize what's actually happening to them. But if the relentless backlash against his companies tells us anything, it's that he may have greatly underestimated the will of the very people he seeks to exploit.
I think in terms of political spending, I'm going to do a lot less in the future.
And why is that?
I think I've done enough.
Is it because of blowback?
We're now approaching summer 2025, and as it stands currently, Elon Musk seems to be fading further and further into the political backdrop, at least for right now, which of course is a major shift from, well, this.
Yes!
In contrast to his once domineering presence in cabinet meetings, Oval Office press briefings, and Air Force One joyrides, the president's chief financial benefactor has spent the past couple of weeks relatively and unusually quiet. Possibly for the first time in his life, Elon Musk appears to have finally learned how to shut his fat mouth, and so have the people around him, as Politico reported on.
Okay, it is very funny that this video dropped 3 days ago or 4 days ago. Oh Oh, that didn't age. Elon knows how to shut his mouth a bit premature.
May 19th, the president went from posting about Elon multiple times a day at the beginning of the year to not once mentioning him at all on Truth Social for more than a month. MAGA fundraising emails no longer name-check the billionaire, and even Republican members of Congress have developed a curious case of amnesia when it comes to Elon's purported influence within an administration he played a crucial role in installing. It doesn't mean his power is completely diminished, of course, as the projects he's helped scheme and execute over the past several months are sure to yield lasting consequences, but it does signal a clear push by one side of the aisle to now distance themselves from a man who at one point seemed to be ushering in a new era of American politics. But why? Well, hopefully this video can provide some answers. Today we'll be taking a closer look at the actions of Doge under Elon and highlighting the reactions they've garnered. We'll be exposing the countless conflicts of interest that appear to have motivated him, and we'll be uncovering the broader moves he's made in an effort to reshape the entire Western world to fit his increasingly unhinged desires. It's time we go beyond what our leaders say.
What's the analysis on what prevents him from using some of his money to hire stylists? Oh, no, this is what he uses for his stylists. Hold on. This is where he goes. r/crypto clothing. Find your crypto swag. Hell yeah, bro. Let's fucking go, dude. Shit goes hard.
And start to judge them by
real.
what
Everything
they do.
on Reddit
And by
is
those
real.
standards, Elon Musk is a world away from the silly, jumping, meme-loving, epic friendo he wants you to think he is. I didn't think fascism wouldn't come to America. I just didn't think it'd be this fucking cringe.
Paint us a picture of inside of the mind of a genius.
I'm living the meme. It's like there's living the dream and there's living the meme, and it's pretty much what's happening, you know.
The future is gonna be amazing!
With everything going on today, I know it might be a little mind-bending seeing a post like this, but believe it or not, before taking on the mantle of the Dark Emperor's treacherous eunuch, Elon Musk was once very much at odds with the 47th president, as recent as 2022, shortly before Elon's genius $44 billion purchase of Twitter that's resulted in the single greatest overhaul of ad content I've ever seen. Elon insisted it was time for Trump to, quote, hang up his hat and sail into the sunset, which resulted in the WWE Hall of Famer blasting the CEO for his, quote, electric cars that don't drive long enough, driverless cars that crash, and rocket ships to nowhere.
Remember that the Elon Musk Donald Trump bromance has not always been smooth sailing. Okay, just a couple years ago, they were going at one another. So history repeats itself. Enemies to lovers to exes. Yes, this has happened before. And that's why the full-on Elon Musk heel turn into Maga, into Trump, that was a big part of 2024. And people were like, oh, okay, so Elon is fully Maga now. And so then Maga embraced Elon, and then they were all about Tesla, they were all about crypto, you know, these kind of factions that had overlap merged, which is why now with the epic breakup, these factions are going, what are we supposed to do? What am I gonna do with my Trump Musk merch?
Correctly reminding him that he'd be worthless without government subsidies, and bragging that he once had Elon so wrapped around his finger that he could have said, quote, drop to your knees and beg, and he would have done it. So if you had slipped into a 2.5...
Remember when Trump was like, if I said drop to your knees and beg, he would have done it? Remember that? Shit was crazy. Yeah.
year-long coma immediately after reading that and woke up on February 19th, 2025, then this would be a pretty shocking sight.
He's become one of your, if you read and believe the media, he's become one of your best friends. He's working for free for you.
Well, I love the president. I just want to be clear about that.
I don't care about that.
I know. I love the president.
You love the president.
I think President Trump is a good man, and he's, you know.
It's nice the way he said that, you know? There's something nice about it.
It really is. You know.
But such a swift 180 makes sense when you consider the textured political journey Elon Musk has had. As Trump kindly pointed out back there, the success of Elon's businesses have always been somewhat dependent on who sits in the Oval Office. In fact, there's a good chance Tesla wouldn't even exist today if it weren't for a $465 million federal loan from Barack Obama's Department of Energy, which narrowly prevented the company from being tossed into the dustbin of history all the way back in 2009. I mean it from the bottom of my heart and with no sarcasm whatsoever when I say, thanks, Obama. Even in the 2000s, Elon could be found making donations to politicians from both sides, sinking thousands into the pockets of California Democrats and congressional Republicans alike. He invested in the campaigns of both Obama and Hillary Clinton in 2008, but refrained from donating to either party in 2016, instead declaring, quote, "I don't really have strong feelings, except hopefully Trump doesn't get the nomination of the Republican Party, because I think that's, yeah, that wouldn't be good." Ever the eloquent speaker.
A year ago, you blogged that you didn't have very strong feelings about the election, but that you hoped Trump would not get the nomination. Do you essentially feel the same way about his victory to the White House?
Well, I feel a bit stronger that probably he's not the right guy. He just doesn't seem. He doesn't seem to have the sort of character that reflects well on the United States. It's just I don't know, just no.
In 2017, Elon posited himself as a tepid critic of Trump's environmental policy, going so far as to step down from his roles on various advisory councils in protest of our exit from the Paris Climate Accords, tweeting at the time, quote, "Climate change is real. Leaving Paris is not good for America or the world." And you have to understand that one of the reasons Elon was so beloved at that point was due to his firm commitment to sustainable energy and conserving the environment. I mean, it's one of the reasons environmentally concerned liberals used to drive Teslas. Just don't tell them how they get their batteries. But Elon's support for the environment would fall apart pretty quick once he began ramping up his support for candidates who couldn't give less of a shit if climate change were a Chinese hoax or not. And that's to say,
this is so funny. Look at this. This is the Dogecoin dumbass, self-described in their bio. Can I finally say that Trump's tariffs are super stupid? This is what I mean by when these two factions came together and there was overlap. Okay, there was already like Elon Musk stands who are also MAGA. Now that they've split, some people are going to try and play centrist, play both sides. Others are going to be like, so can we admit now that the Trump tariffs were really stupid and we were just pretending otherwise because of his bromance with Daddy Elon? So can we all say it now? It's like, no, some of us have been saying it.
Nothing of the greenhouse gas emission from Elon's own private jet, which in 2023 generated more gases in a month than the average US family does in a year. Yeah, a man of the people, truly. And it's not just his environmental activism that's unraveled in recent years. You may already know a little bit about Elon's personal life, as it's been subject to intense scrutiny since his very public custody battle with musician Grimes, which she says nearly bankrupted her. And this isn't new. His first wife, Justine Wilson, opened up about their unhealthy marriage all the way back in 2010, reporting that she was just, quote, a starter wife, and describing Elon's tendency of dismissing her career ambitions and asserting himself as the alpha in the relationship. I'm not kidding, that is actually the word she says he used. Even his official biographer, Walter Isaacson, who knows the guy pretty well, stated that Elon's relationships with women typically involve psychological turmoil, with the most recent example being Grimes having to frantically plead with the man on Twitter to pay attention to their son's medical emergency. I'm so sorry to do this publicly, but it is no longer acceptable to ignore this situation. This requires immediate attention, she wrote on February.
I saw this too. Libs and MAGA are both gonna keep my Tesla now, man. God damn it. God damn it, my Tesla's not safe. Okay, you're gonna have a gang of libs and MAGA keying my Tesla. Thanks, Elon and Donald.
February 20th. This is urgent, Elon. What could have been so important for Elon to ignore his own child's health crisis, I hear you ask? Well, he needed to dress up as the nostalgia critic and do this.
Turns off.
Yeah, I mean, he had a lot of shit for this, but I think we can all...
Years ago, when the Tesla truck was first announced, Will was like, I want to get one of those. And I said, I will break up with you. It's like, no. And this was before the Elon full Nazi MAGA shit show. But just based on the Cybertruck itself, I was like, that thing is disgusting. It is vile. It's the ugliest fucking thing I have ever seen. The only good Cybertruck is a blown up Cybertruck. Just kidding.
I'll understand that the man has his priorities, right? If he paid attention to all of his kids' annoying medical problems, how else would we know that he has become meme? I hate even having to read that.
I am become meme. Yeah, pretty much.
It probably says something that 3 of the 4
meme.
women he's had children with end up lashing out at him in some public way.
meme.
With conservative commentator Ashley St. Clair, the mother of his 13th child, recently having to take their personal matters all the way up to New York City court just so he simply acknowledges and pays for the baby he's only seen in person a total of 3 times, according to the lawsuit.
I'm selling it because I need to make up for the 60% cut that Elon made to our son's child support.
Why do you think that he did that?
That's a great question for him.
Yeah, I know. The richest man in the world, worth hundreds of billions of dollars, refusing to continue sending child
She
support
sucks
unless
too.
forced
Yeah.
to do so
Yes.
by a court of law. Despite him previously telling Ashley they had a legion of kids to make, it doesn't seem like he really wants to spend time with any of them. He couldn't even be bothered to show up to the birth. But Elon has always been a volatile individual, with Tesla employees alleging years ago that their boss's mood was dependent on his partner's hair color. But according to what Grimes told Isaacson, Elon began acting different around 2021, sending the musician, quote, right-wing memes and conspiracy theories, prompting Grimes to ask, is this from 4chan or something? You're actually starting to sound like someone from the far right, which is all in addition to the former couple
And
showing
she's like, I love it.
disagreements on the suckage of pronouns during the summer of 2020. In this bizarre exchange that I still think about almost as much as this one. Another piece of the puzzle commonly cited as a factor in his political shift is that the billionaire was viscerally unable to accept his trans daughter Vivian for who she truly is, going on to whine about her to Kermit the Frog impersonator Jordan Peterson in 2024, blaming the woke
I thought he just whined about her. I thought he was just talking about whine about it for a second.
mind virus for killing his child.
It wasn't explained to me that puberty blockers are actually just sterilization drugs. Anyway, and I lost my son.
Whine about it,
essentially.
Benjamin.
They call it dead naming for a reason.
Yeah,
All right, so the reason it's called dead naming is because your son is dead, killed by the woke mind virus.
Yeah, that's why.
sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
I can't
I'm
imagine
sorry to
what
hear
would be
that.
like.
No, man, I think you're just a bad father. At the same time, this
Elon, that's why I'm out here and I'm trying to kill the woke mind virus, and I'm so glad to have you on our side. Look at my ugly blazer. I am a loser.
interview went live, Elon vowed to move the Twitter and SpaceX headquarters to Texas in protest of a California law banning schools from reporting trans children's identities to their parents. For her part, Vivian has remained an extremely vocal critic of her estranged father, stating she wants nothing to do with the man and accusing him of being absent for much of her life, explaining that she and her 6 siblings typically had to rely on their mother or nannies for support growing up, despite there being joint custody, telling NBC that Elon was, quote, cold, very quick to anger, uncaring, and narcissistic, along with writing on threads that he
Would you have had the same response if she had been a trans boy? Yes. Yes.
quote, doesn't know what I was like as a child because he quite simply wasn't there. And in the little time that he was, I was relentlessly harassed for my femininity and queerness. In an interview with Teen Vogue this past March, Vivian was asked if she was scared of Elon. And I'll just read her answer and let you decide that one. Quote, he's a pathetic man-child. Why would I feel scared of him? Oh, he has so much power. Nah, I don't give a f. Why should I be scared of this man? Because he's rich? Oh no, I'm trembling. Oh, shivering in my boots here. I don't give a f how much money anyone has. I don't. I really don't. He owns Twitter. Okay, congratulations. Is that clear enough for you? Determined to prove Vivian's point, I guess, Elon swiftly retaliated once again by dead-naming his daughter and reiterating that she was, quote, killed by the woke mind virus. Now the woke mind virus will die. It's so edgy, dude. And how did Vivian respond to that?
I look pretty good for a dead bitch.
But it's also important to emphasize that Vivian rejects the idea that her coming out is the reason behind Elon's rightward shift.
Yes.
Well, his open transphobia.
Okay. Yeah. Let me just piggyback off of that, okay? Do not say that that Vivian being trans is what caused Elon to be transphobic. No. He was transphobic. He is transphobic. And then Vivian came out, and she already did not have a relationship with him, okay? He's always been a piece of shit. Just now it's much more in our faces. But a lot of this, too, comes from Elon's beliefs that his children owe him respect and not the other way around. Like, owe him respect because he gave them life. Like, it's an ego. He's an egomaniac. He's a narcissist. And he cannot stand, too, that his children, not all of them, but certainly not just Vivian, want nothing to do with him. Like, he's a shitty dad. He sucks. He's a deadbeat dad. People blaming his daughter for his transphobia. Yeah, and I don't think a lot of people did so necessarily intentionally, but that's kind of how it came across, was like, oh, rather than Elon Musk transphobic and also narcissistic and, egomaniacal, and then his daughter comes out as trans, versus his daughter comes out as trans and then he becomes transphobic. Like, that was the cause and effect. And essentially it does blame Vivian being trans on that's where the cause is, the effect being then Elon transphobic, which is not the case.
Has become louder over the past few years. We should also remember that he saw his many companies greatly impacted by COVID era.
Right. Like, she has said he's always been bad. He has always been awful. He's always been a bad person, and he's always been a bad father.
Shutdowns, too. Lashing out at lockdown mandates, and even going so far as to defy government orders by keeping Tesla factories up and running at the height of the pandemic, to the point where they became effective breeding grounds for the virus. And while he did vote for Biden in 2020, Elon is soured on the 46th president pretty soon after not being invited to the 2021 electric vehicle summit on the White House lawn, despite Tesla being the largest EV manufacturer in the country by that time. It is honestly hard to enjoy.
Biden's legacy: genocide and ice cream. Like, a lot of people in his generation, I think he's always had typical racist, transphobe, boomer values, but also saw himself as a free spirit, want to say the right things about his daughter coming out. Probably just gave him more of a window into red pill and far right content. Yeah, I mean, he's always been a racist piece of shit. Like, his father is a racist piece of shit. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And I think that it was also a result of Vivian wanting nothing to do with him, not respecting him, and he couldn't handle that. He can't handle a child of his going, I want nothing to do with you, you deadbeat piece of shit. Because he's like, I don't owe you anything. Elon looks at his children and the mothers of his children as, I don't owe you anything, because he has a God complex, because he believes that just them getting to have a child with him, a child having Elon's genetics, right? Him sowing his seed is like, they are lucky. They are lucky for that. Yes, he has a superiority complex.
Interpret that as anything other than a slight, possibly due to his firm anti-union positions, but it's also clear that Elon took the disrespect to heart. I wonder if that had anything to do with this little stunt. Probably not.
Everything's
fragile
And if you consider what Vivian recently told Hassan Piker, her father was actually never the liberal darling he was once taken for, and that it was always an act the entire time.
I know him. He was never on the left.
No. He was presented
I know
as
the
a
bitch.
he was presented as a liberal darling, is what I meant.
Yeah,
Because
like a marketing theme.
Yeah, I think that it was always bull for sure.
It's always bullshit, and it's still bullshit. And so the fact that any liberals right now are like, welcome back to the team, Mr. Musk. It's bullshit. It's always been bullshit.
I mean, I guess
it works enough for this bitch named Boy in a Band to make a video called "This Man is Literally Saving the World," and I watched that as a 10-year-old and wanted to punch him in the face.
Let's see how timely this is. Like, let's see if this holds up.
Today I'm going to show you one of those people. Someone who is basically a real-life Iron Man, but less of a douche.
I'm killing myself.
Fusion reaction.
I'm killing myself.
If Elon has always harbored reactionary politics, he certainly was making no effort to hide them by the early 2020s, descending further down the brain rot pipeline by starting up his own Maga super PAC and, of course, buying an entire platform where he regularly promotes and interacts with fringe conspiracy accounts, along with the occasional out-and-about Nazi. These are just a few tweets from an account he has personally amplified to his 219 million followers just since buying the site. Even the name Captive Dreamer is a reference to a French soldier who fought alongside the Nazis in World War II. Another person who followed this account shortly after the election is this guy. While undoubtedly cozying up to a reactionary base, Elon was still unwilling to put his full-throated support behind Trump by 2023. The president's words, not mine. And like many Americans, Elon found himself in the market for an alternative to the two bumbling, dried-up geriatrics offered up by our lovely two-party system. But instead of landing on somebody, well, good, he went for this.
Hungry.
Yeah, him. Evidently drawn to his incredibly normal laugh and equally normal affinity for high-heeled boots, Elon became one of the many billionaires who threw millions of dollars behind Florida Governor Ron DeSantis during the Republican primaries. While DeSantis was once billed as the most formidable rival to Trump for the coveted GOP nomination, as the race dragged on, it became painfully clear who amongst them would take the W. So much so that the Republican debates essentially boiled down to an audition for who would be named Trump's vice president.
Ron DeSantis, High Heels University.
Vivek Ramaswamy, Donald Trump Fan Club.
Chris Christie, Golden Corral State.
All that, and he still chose this guy. Anyway, we all know the rest. DeSantis went back to his home planet, Aiden Ross gave Trump a Cybertruck with a reminder of the worst moment of his life stamped on the side, and Elon bankrolled the president's return to the White House to the tune of at least $288 million that we know of, which is the equivalent of about $214 when you compare his net worth to the average American, an investment he very much intends to get a return on. Whether it's doing sponsored content on the White House lawn, threatening Elon's critics on live TV, or ripping up the Constitution and vowing to illegally deport Tesla rioters to an El Salvador torture camp known for its human rights abuses, one of the clearest and most notorious displays of the president's generosity so far has been the implementation of a little thing us based meme lords like to call The second I heard Elon would be assigned to a new government agency named after a 15-year-old meme and a scam token that I personally lost money on, I pretty much accepted the country's demise. We had a good run, everybody, and the Chinese century awaits. At the beginning, I assumed this thing would be a fake agency for Trump to get Elon off his back. Like when you give your little cousin a controller and don't plug it into the TV to make him think he's playing the game. But now that we're a few months into the second Trump term, it's safe to say that what started off as light music musings at a dinner party in 2023 has culminated in a hostile takeover of the federal government, seemingly spurred by Elon's obsession with the movie Office Space. Quoting a line from the character Gordon Gekko alongside an AI-generated image of him looking oh so epic. Side note, but you know Elon has never looked badass in his life when he has to resort to using Grok to aura farm. Then 2 weeks later he tweeted, "I rewatched Office Space tonight for the 5th time to prepare for Doge." Apart from smugly quoting the film in person to a marine biologist he had recently fired, Elon made headlines for infamously requiring federal workers to respond to an email explaining 5 things they did that week. Failure to do so, he promised, would result in their termination. A policy so ridiculous that leaders in the FBI and State Department both told their employees to ignore said email. But for those in other less fortunate agencies, workers that are further down the totem pole, employees have been known to send photos of their piss and shit to Doge in hopes that Elon would wind up opening it. Quote, "I know Elon probably
He is literally the definition of a man-child. Ah ha ha, poo-poo. Ha ha. Poo-poo.
Won't see it, but I hope he sees it," says one former federal employee who says they replied to one such email with an image of a human butthole. And honestly, it's unclear who would have even seen that image because we don't even really know who's in charge of Doge. If you ask the White House, the Doge administrator is a woman named Amy Gleason. But according to what Trump said in his address to Congress not long ago, the department is headed by Elon Musk. Then in a court filing, you have Gleason arguing that Elon isn't an employee of the US Doge service, much less its leader, that they do not report to each other, and that to her knowledge, Elon is just a senior advisor to the White House. So what is it then? Does the classification even matter? Even after distancing himself from the administration, it's kind of hard to imagine Elon not being inextricably linked to the creation of the so-called Department of Government Efficiency. He touts it all the time on his platform, and even appeared alongside supposed team members in a big Fox News interview where he fielded questions regarding Doge's operations, which Amy Gleason wasn't there for. Now, her name didn't even come up once throughout the entire broadcast. I wonder if that could have anything to do with Elon trying to shield himself from the massive amounts of litigation Doge is currently and will continue to face. But regardless of what he wants the courts to think, he's certainly done a lot to prove he has a lot to do with the department. For all intents and purposes, everyone's kind of accepted him as the de facto face of this thing. To make it even more confusing, because Doge...
Crazy to think that he was at the Met Gala just a couple years ago or whenever that was with Grimes, right? That Elon Musk was, just like Donald Trump, a part of the highest liberal elite societies and circles, you know, as a billionaire. He was very much so a part of the upper echelon of celebrity. Yeah. And he's always sucked.
Was initially created by an executive order and not by Congress, then it technically isn't a federal agency and therefore not subject to the Freedom of Information Act, or FOIA, which allows the public to request
as a billionaire, shouldn't he be recognized as a celebrity? Like, that is kind of crazy, right? Where if you're rich enough, then you're a celebrity. These are the circles that you get to be in, rub elbows in.
Official government records from federal agencies. So if that's not the case, then Doge would need to be an outside advisory committee, which wouldn't subject it to FOIA, but would subject it to something called FACA, the Federal Advisory Committee Act, which seeks to inform the public on the activities of advisory committees. Either way, Doge should have to abide by either FOIA or FACA, right? Well, here's the problem. In its establishing of Doge, Trump actually took an Obama-era tech service by the name of the U.S. Digital Service and renamed it to the U.S. Doge Service. USDS has always been housed by the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, which is subject to FOIA, but now it's unclear whether or not Trump's USDS is even still a part of OMB. So, if you're just as confused by all this shit as I am, that's normal. It almost starts to feel like that's the fucking point of all of this, to obscure the classification of Doge so that Elon might be able to get away with as much as he can with as little oversight as possible. As journalist Pema Levy pointed out in January, because Doge was only meant to be operational for 18 months, the department may very well be finished with its work by the time any judge gets around to untangling such a mess. Plenty of lawsuits have been filed to try and force Elon to clarify his role, with at least one judge ruling that Doge is in fact a government agency and is subject to FOIA, but whether the department will actually abide by such transparency requirements has yet to be seen. Even his own official title at the White House has allowed him to bypass congressional approval and avoid publicly disclosing his financial holdings, per Rolling Stone. And despite everything, Elon still wants us to think that Doge is the most transparent organization in the entire government.
All of our actions are fully public. So if you see anything, you say like, wait a second, hey, Elon, that seems like
Hannah, thank you
maybe
for the
that's,
gifted.
you know, there's a conflict there. It's not like people are going to be shy about saying that. They'll say it immediately, you know? Yes. But transparency is what builds trust, not simply somebody asserting trust. So not somebody saying they're trustworthy, but transparency, so you can see everything that's going on. And then you can see, am I doing something that benefits one of my companies or not? It's totally obvious.
That would be great if Trump hadn't already taken steps to protect Doge from public records requests and most judicial intervention until at least 2034, when it declared all documents it produces and receives as presidential records. Yeah, Elon really doesn't want us to know what he's been up to. After all, if you really cared about transparency, I can't imagine you'd be using Signal to communicate. Yeah, that same app that the administration used to discuss classified war plans back in March. I think we all remember that.
Nobody was texting war plans, and that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
That's it.
You know, one of the reasons federal employees aren't legally allowed to discuss classified intel on Signal is because messages are set to disappear. The Secretary of Defense would probably know that if he spent more time reading up on his own government and less time swimming in pools of liquor and hurling hatchets at drummers on TV.
Who's going to win this battle of the lumberjacks? That's coming up next.
The leader of the most powerful army on Earth.
Everything is so
You gotta
stupid.
remember what we're dealing with here. This is the federal.
The other thing is that Musk came in claiming that he was going to clean up the federal government and that there was all this waste based on the belief that the government had been turned into a device for funneling money to illegal immigrants. So, conspiracy theories that the right has pushed. So even just the nexus of Doge, the reasons for why someone like Elon needed to take the reins with this fake ass bullshit governmental agency was based on, I mean, he was correct. The government is funneling money to Musk. It's true. Yeah. Well, but yeah, I mean, that's what they kept saying. And, you know, when they were slashing the FAA and they were blaming DEI and, you know, pushing these, pushing these conspiracy theories that have become very popular in our politics these days. You just blame DEI and you blame illegal immigrants, illegals, and then you get to distract the public while siphoning funds for yourself.
Government, and the deleting of messages is a direct violation of the Federal Records Act. This forces government agencies to keep archives of all their correspondence. I'm sorry to be annoying, but the public has a right to know if our elected officials are willfully bombing civilian infrastructure and celebrating it in a group chat, which they have, and those are just the ones that have leaked. God knows what else goes on in those Signal chats that we haven't seen. As far as I'm concerned, these guys might as well be using fucking Snapchat. In fact, I'm surprised Doge isn't, considering most of its staff just got out of fucking college, and some of them might even be in college still.
What inspired you to drop out of Harvard to do this?
You know, there's a lot of reform.
Because I'm a prick.
First, I want to talk about today's sponsor, and I'm actually pretty excited for this one, not just because I've been using them for years, but because it
Do you
gives
think
me
that's
a
the
chance
same
to
guy who
ramble
was in
into
that
the void
piece
about
where they
something
were
that's affected my life for
talking
as
about
long as I can remember.
ChatGPT's
So buckle up because I'm about to
proliferation
overshare.
amongst
Ladies
college
and gentlemen,
students?
this video is sponsored by no CD. If you've never experienced OCD, then
So
you
why
might
would
not
you
know
drop out
that
of
it
Harvard
actually
to go
gets
work for Elon
misconstrued
Musk?
all the time.
Because
You've
he's
probably
sick
heard the
as fuck.
stereotypes that OCD is all about
Did you see the
liking things
22-year-old they
organized
just
and
hired to
keeping your
head the
room clean and
counterterrorism
things like
task
that. But
force?
the reality is a lot more complex. Real OCD has a tendency to latch onto your worst fears. It feeds off your anxiety and can lead to horrifying, unwanted thoughts playing in an endless loop inside your head.
What's his
These
name?
dark and sometimes harm-based taboo thoughts are called intrusive thoughts. Thoughts you can't stop, don't want, and would do just about anything to get rid of, even for a few minutes. For example, you might be afraid that you're going to get a bad grade on your next exam. So in order to get rid
One
of
year out of
those
college,
anxieties,
no
just for a
apparent
moment,
national
you
security
decide to
expertise.
tap on your
Oh, I'm
doorknob on
shocked.
the way
1
out of
year
your
out of
house
college
5
and he has
times, and
no
then that
national
anxiety goes
security
away
expertise.
for a little bit. And that sounds insane.
Wow.
You know that tapping that doorknob has nothing to do with whether or not you do well
How
on the
could that
test,
be?
But it does make your brain feel a little bit better in that brief period of time. Now imagine those thought patterns happening to you repeatedly throughout the day.
He
with no
interned
end.
at
That's basically
Heritage
what OCD is.
Foundation.
At least that's what it is
Sick.
for me. It can take
You mean
on
the
a lot of
same
different
group that
forms, but
Donald
that's been
Trump
my
was like,
experience.
I don't
It's
have
what
anything
pushes
to
me
do with them.
neurotically check the oven
My
over and
agenda
over,
isn't
even though I
being
know it's
shaped by
off.
the
It's what
Heritage
pushes me to wash
Foundation.
my hands constantly throughout the day, because if I
From
don't, my brain
Heritage
is
to
convinced me that
Homeland
some
Security.
horrible thing is going to happen to me or my loved ones. I know it all sounds insane to say out loud.
An
And
Aiden
people
Ross
with
watcher,
OCD
like
know deep
not
down that their
even
compulsions
being,
have nothing to do with what
not
happens
even
in the real
exaggerating.
world, but for some reason it's
That's the kind
impossible
of guy
not
who
to
probably
feel
watches Aiden
otherwise
Ross.
sometimes. I think that's what keeps people from getting help. At least that's what it was for me. I was so afraid of being misunderstood or written off that I just didn't reach out to anyone or seek professional help for the longest time.
The alarms have been raised among counterterrorism researchers and nonprofit groups funded by CP3.
No CD. No CD isn't
Bro, look at his fucking photo on
happens to be
LinkedIn.
the
Hold on.
largest OCD treatment provider
Look at this
in
douche
the
lord.
world. All of their therapists
Look
specialize
at
in
this
OCD
douche
and are
lord.
trained in exposure and
Yeah, that
response
guy looks like
prevention
he's
therapy. The only
he's gonna
treatment
run
that helped
that.
me feel like myself again. No CD therapists know exactly how to approach the different subsets of
Looks like
OCD
he's
and
gonna
even offer a
run
designated
that
community
office
for
well.
people with OCD to share their experiences
Absolute
with one
trash
another and
vibes.
conquer the disorder
He
together.
is
What's great
intentionally
is their
raising
services are
one
even made more
eyebrow.
accessible with insurance
Where's
coverage
his
for over
fedora?
155 million Americans. I've had their app installed on my phone for years.
Hello,
I know several people in my life who have
milady.
been helped by them. I really can't recommend their services enough to anyone.
This is the type of guy who be like, you can't hit on women these days because they'll just say they'll just claim rape.
And booking a free call with their team.
Oh
That's
my God.
NOCD.com. Link in the description down below. So that's it. That's my little
22 and
rambling speech on
hairline
OCD.
already
Now,
receding.
finally, back to
Well,
the video. Thanks to a recent investigation by Wired, we now know of at least 6 young, inexperienced Doge engineers. that
Maybe
all
he
had
can-
ties to either Elon or his fellow billionaire blood drinker Peter Thiel before gaining A-level security
Maybe we can get,
clearances at the
Trump's hair guy.
GSA, the General Services Administration that manages a swath of federal agencies. That's
He
right,
has
whether
Dream
Elon is there
Workspace.
or not,
Yeah.
working at the top floor of the GSA's headquarters are kids who don't remember where they were when the towers fell and have the same level of experience in government as I do. None! Creating a, quote, climate of fear that has infected every corner of the U.S. executive branch, as written in Rolling Stone, which also claimed that whenever the needs of Elon's nerd army aren't met, his minions have been known to snap at government officials. Do I need to call Elon? Which sounds fucking insufferable. According to 2 career employees at GSA, the young Doge staff has gone so far
It's so funny that these fuckers will be like any woman or person of color in a position, like say a pilot, was only put there because of evil DEI, of evil woke policies, that they did not work hard, that they did not get there due to their own merit. But then they'll hire these 20-year-old, 22-year-olds fresh out of college, no experience whatsoever, and be like, hey, yeah, go run this governmental agency. Great. Sounds like they're qualified just for the mere fact of being 22-year-old white men.
to move beds, dressers, and lamps from IKEA into the office in an effort to build a makeshift dorm in the heart of Washington, D.C., complete with stuffed animals and toys. At least we know the dudes destroying the Department of Education are sleeping soundly with their Squishmallows and Pop Funkos every night. I certainly sleep good knowing a 19-year-old by the name of Big Balls now boasts the title of Senior Advisor at the U.S. State Department. I mean, really think about it. 19 years old. When Trump won his first election in 2016, this guy was 10, picking his nose and playing Minecraft. Ignore the fact that he was recently suspected of leaking proprietary information to a cybersecurity firm and the fact that he reportedly belonged to a cybercrime gang. This kid was young enough to be the target demographic of my Lego stop-motion animation channel when I was active on it. I really love how cool and normal everything happening right now is. As you can imagine, Elon didn't exactly—
they're just hiring Reddit to run the government.
take well.
They're like, how much Reddit gold do you have?
Stuff becoming public because it kind of looks really bad. Replying to an anonymous account who merely posted the names of his Doge staff, Elon stated, quote, "You have committed a crime," before going on to suspend the account. This random guy on Twitter just got blasted into the ether for gently holding the federal government accountable. Of course, you'd be hard-pressed to find the law prohibiting the release of names affiliated with a federally funded department, considering it doesn't exist. You'd think a free speech champion who defended the release of whistleblower Julian Assange not that long ago would be on the side of the American public here. To not release the names of the baby-faced Jack Doherty-looking kids actively trying to piss away social—
It literally is like hiring Jack Doherty to have an important role within the federal government. Like, that's who you're hiring. All these kids that have been hired, like this Thomas Fugate, the ones who are working at Doge, it's just, you might as well hire Jack Doherty.
Security would be the real crime, but now they're not even trying to hide their identity.
Instead, the kids
Elon and his allies are embracing their inexperience and making them out to be savants who are so down with the cause that they're sleeping at the office.
And you guys are sleeping here, I'm hearing. You guys are up all night.
Much like their God King was known to do at Twitter and Tesla in his apparent undying mission to spend as little time with his family as possible. And again,
honestly, what Elon has been doing is just surrounding himself by fanboys. That's what a loser he is. He literally just took guys who are in the, in the same subreddits that he's in and who are fanboys of Elon Musk. And that's who he hired. Like, he wanted to have a cult, right? Like, he wants to be a cult of personality. He wants there to be fanboys just all around him.
Being this dedicated to rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse.
Like, Ian Miles Chong is probably still holding on hope that he'll get a job that'll finally come to the United States for the first time.
Sound like a good thing until you take a closer look at what they're doing, how they're doing it, and why. And we're gonna start at the most appropriate place I can think of: condoms, because America's getting
Doge and OMB also found that there was about to be 50 million taxpayer dollars that went out the door to fund condoms in Gaza. That is a preposterous waste of taxpayer money.
Lovely Gen Z press secretary made the bold claim in February that Doge had discovered $50 million.
Also, I'm sorry, Caroline with a K, you're not special, okay?
Worth of taxpayer money going, quote, out the door to fund condoms in Gaza. I wanted to throw my TV out the window. Not only has Israel made it next to impossible for humanitarian aid to reach civilians in the besieged Gaza Strip, the idea that America would pour $50 million into nothing but condoms for a group of people that we have done nothing.
America, who still, by and large, our sex education in this country is don't do it. Sex education in a lot of states still is don't have sex. And so, yeah, surely we were spending $50 million on condoms to go to a population of people who the previous administration had facilitated a genocide of. Yeah.
Nothing but help destroy is just flat out laughable to anyone who knows even a little bit about the genocide and Middle Eastern affairs in general. I'm a dumbass fucking YouTuber, and even I know it had to be fake. Sure enough, it didn't take long for this claim to evolve, with the president changing it to be that Doge had identified $50 million in condoms for Hamas before upping the number to $100 million million a few days later, with an additional baseless claim made by U.S. Congressman Brian Mast, asserting that we also sent millions of dollars worth of condoms to the Taliban
Why
in
do
Afghanistan.
so many look like
$15 million
so many of these guys look like rotten eggs.
For condoms to the Taliban through USAID. I don't think anybody's going to die because we don't give the Taliban any more condoms.
It didn't take long for those with half a brainstem to piece together the origin of such fantastical assertions. The United States wasn't allocating hundreds of millions for condoms in Palestine, but they were funding relief initiatives for HIV and AIDS in the country of Mozambique, which contains a small rural territory in the south by the name of the Gaza province. Turns out they had the wrong Gaza all
I can't tell if these people like think everyone else is stupid or it's just that they are so stupid. I mean, also that, but that they are just so stupid that Condom Gate, for instance, comes from being just utterly stupid. Why not both? Yeah.
So can you correct the statements? It wasn't sent to Hamas, actually. It was sent to
Condoms
Mozambique,
being
which makes
sent to
sense why
Hamas.
condoms was sent there.
Yeah.
And how can we make sure that all the statements that you said were correct, so we can trust what you say?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected. So nobody's going to bat 1,000.
Yeah, oopsie doopsie. Mistakes happen, right, guys? Even the richest and most powerful men in the world make uh-ohs that could impact whether or
that's
not
on
people
you. That's
receive
your
life-saving
job.
medical treatment
That's
or not.
your job.
The kicker is that even after being
Aren't
corrected,
you a journalist?
Elon still doubled down on Twitter by insisting, quote, $50 million is a lot for condoms. Yeah, no shit, man. Probably because that's still a misrepresentation. As journalist Mac William Bishop broke it down in Rolling Stone, quote, the USAID-funded UN Sexual and Reproductive Health Agency, UNFPA, responsible for procuring and distributing contraceptives, spends an average of 2.7 cents per condom. At that rate, $50 million of US aid cash would purchase 1.85 billion condoms. That's more than 4 times the number of condoms sold in the United States each year. Assuming the condoms met the ISO...
Like, isn't it insane that this even had to be talked about? Oh, okay. I know this person just got banned, but please. Huh? LOL. We are not in shambles, you dumb. You can't even say it with your chest. How separated from reality are all you people? Every part of this stream is a brain dead hive mother speaking a bunch of brain dead worker bees. Oh, we found them. They already got clapped, but we found an Elon Musk fanboy who surely is not experiencing 9/11 right now. Who surely is fine. Haha, we're not in shambles. Everything's great over here. You dumb cunt. Are you sure about that? Are you sure it's okay? Because it doesn't seem to be okay. You know, if you're hurting, help is out there. It's fine. Everything's fine, says from behind the mask. Hive Mother's a pretty cool title, though. You know what's funny is that sometimes, unironically, without meaning to, these dummies will give us something that actually goes pretty hard. Like it goes quite hard. Sometimes when people are trying to be transphobic, they will post something and it's like, wow, that actually goes incredibly hard.
Standard minimum length of 6.3
I am
inches,
Hive
then
Mother.
laid end to end, that many condoms would encircle the earth 7 times. As more plainly put by one humanitarian aid official, quote, no aid organization is shipping that many condoms anywhere in the world.
He's so mad and instantly because talking about worker bees when he can't stop worshipping a billionaire. That's the funniest thing about it is the like, I'm not mad, I'm not owned. You know, you're the sheeple. You are a fanboy of a billionaire. That's what your life amounts to. You stan a billionaire because he's a billionaire. Yikes.
Let alone Gaza. This article is also great because it points out how
BRB while I
Brian
eat
Mast
from this
himself
slop
is
trough.
responsible for the exact waste he performatively denounced on his little YouTube channel, seeing that it was Brian Mast's own committee in Congress that's been allocating millions of dollars for contraceptive care since 2017. And this is what I ultimately find so frustrating. It takes so much effort and time for people to disprove a false claim that these dudes make in 3 seconds. And by the time
Flooding
it's
the
exposed
zone.
for what it is, it doesn't matter anymore.
Flooding
The
the
claim is
zone.
already out there, floating around in the zeitgeist. God knows how many people still believe it. Elon Musk has spent his entire life lying to the American public. But recently,
It's so easy to lie, and lies move so quickly because the lie, once it's put out there, even when it's countered, people are the masses are simple-minded, and if they hear something and they hear something repeated enough, and so the $50 million to for condoms, that was talked about nonstop on places like Fox News. And so that number sticks in their brains. That's why they use these very specific numbers, $50 million, $50 million. And when that repeats enough, they've literally done studies on this, on like Facebook, in the media, where they will pick these insane numbers when they are spewing lies, because that's what sticks in somebody's mind. And it's hard to counter that when that's already what's been glued to them. All they think about is 50. Yeah. So that amount, 50 million, 50 million, 50 million. It's like a buzzword. Heard a lie goes to, did you hear? And they don't hear the correction at all. It spreads. It doesn't matter if it's true. It's in my head enough to affect my choices. Right. And so as stupid as it is, it's effective. And that's why Steve Bannon talked about how the strategy for Trump in 2016 was to flood the zone with shit. You flood the zone with shit. There's only so much that journalists and activists and anyone looking to counter your lies, and there's only so much that they can do because it's overwhelming. And a lot of stuff slips through, and that's the point. In some ways, I get why the clergy used to persecute people for trying to think for themselves. And yeah, I absolutely feel that for some of these dumbasses. A lot of people are very simple-minded. They believe whatever it is that they've heard first, and that they've heard. It's not just hearing it first, it's also hearing it repeatedly. So that's how Fox News is structured, right? You go to like any Fox News show, and they're all talking about the same things, and they're repeating the same talking points with the same with the same buzzwords that are intended to stick in your brain. Like the NHS sends billions to the EU.
The speed in which he's been moving has given way to a myriad of easily avoidable and costly mistakes. Like when he fired the highly specialized military personnel who control our vast arsenal of nuclear warheads and had to beg them to come back to their jobs. But then again, according to what one administration official told The Atlantic, his whole view was that if he didn't fire so many people that they needed to go back and rehire some, it would mean that he hadn't cut enough people. Moving at breakneck speed and backtracking later was quite literally Elon's intention, which is how he ended up accidentally cutting off Ebola prevention efforts.
What we accidentally canceled very briefly was Ebola. Ebola prevention. I think we all want Ebola prevention. So we restored the Ebola prevention immediately. And there was no interruption.
My bad.
I mean, he says they restored it, but several doctors who work on Ebola prevention in Africa have argued otherwise, that the relief was not immediately restored. The president of Refugees International, who oversaw our Ebola response in 2014, explained to NPR that, quote, the whole disaster response capability at USAID no longer exists. All of those people are gone. The operation centers that they worked out of are shut down. They can't even access the Ronald Reagan building where those operations Vaccination Center said. As far as he's concerned, Elon's assertion that aid has been restored is, quote, total garbage. Elon technically isn't even allowed to cut funds allocated by Congress, by the way. It's completely...
You know, going back to the like repeating something over and over again so that that's what sticks with people. It's not even things that are necessarily untrue. It's not just like $50 million in condoms. It's also things that happened but are missing a lot of important historical context. So October 7th, for instance, for the last 20 months, October 7th, October 7th, October 7th, October 7th has been what pro-Israel propagandists have gone back to again and again and again. You try to mention anything, October 7th, October 7th. So most people, it doesn't matter what your, maybe you know a medium amount about the history of Israel and Palestine. Maybe you don't know much. You know the fucking date, October 7th, because that has been mentioned 18 kajillion times. People don't know March 30th, which was the Palestinian March of Return, you know. They don't know June 4th, which was yesterday, when a bunch of Palestinians were fired upon by the Gaza Humanitarian Organization. They don't know these other periods because that's not what has been repeated at length in the media. But October 7th has been repeated because that is a way to try and draw the focus back to remember October 7th. You want to talk about what happened before? You want to talk about what happened after? What about October 7th? Like that, October 7th has been the date mentioned over and over and over again as a way to draw the focus back to, yeah, but October 7th, look at how many Israelis died. I read the UN report on the Israeli snipings on the March of Return. They shot multiple elders. It's fucked. Yeah, I mean, there are so many dates every single day, right? I mean, if we're gonna be if we're gonna be realistic about it, but in particular, you know, these other dates from history, like even 1948, that is not as dominant of a date in people's minds as October 7th, because a lot of people also have not really been tuned in to anything related to Israel and Palestine until post October 7th.
Illegal. The way things work in this country is that Congress holds the power of the purse. They decide how the money is spent before it goes to the president's desk. There's a reason Elon's destruction of US aid and other federal funding freezes are being held up in numerous federal courts right now. Besides, if Elon were really concerned about cutting government waste in a way that didn't hurt people, he wouldn't be doing it like this. For starters, he wouldn't be setting expectations so high by promising $2 trillion worth of cuts to the federal government's $7 trillion budget, later lamenting how really difficult such a task turned out to be, which is why he lowered the bar to just $1 trillion in government savings before reducing it again all the way down to $150 billion. And even that's looking highly improbable, as reported by Atlantic contributor Jessica Rydell. Rydell writes how despite Doge reporting $55 billion worth of spending reductions back in February, the receipts they provided only accounted for $16.5 billion in total, and half of that figure came from a typo claiming $8 billion in savings from terminating an $8 million contract. Pretty sure
Yeah, also, so one of the first things that he did was eviscerate foreign aid and get rid of tens of thousands of federal jobs, but like that makes up a small share of government spending, and there was a lot of attention that was put on that and a lot of people lost jobs. But pledging $2 trillion and then spending all of this using up all of this space within the media that was covering, that was talking about the jobs that were being slashed, the foreign aid that was being slashed. That was less than $200 billion of savings. And after that, like, things got dicey because people don't love losing their jobs. Remember how many people were like, please, Mr. Trump, I voted for you. Please, Mr. Musk, I support you. And I just lost my job. Like that, a lot of people started to sour on Doge when tens of thousands of federal workers were axed. And that was less than $200 billion of savings out of a total of $2 trillion being promised.
Million is slightly different than 8 billion, and that's not even the only accounting error that was made. A New York Times report found that when you weed through all the false contract cancellations, triple counts of the same reform, and the inclusion of contracts that expired decades ago, the final tally of Doge savings in February sits at just $2 billion.
Yeah, because they ripped through the government's data systems. And guess what? Not that much fraud was uncovered. Certainly not $2 trillion. So they also kept spending, right? Like Musk got even fatter contracts than he had already previously received. And when they ran the numbers, when they looked through these data systems, not that much fraud was found.
Not even remotely fucking close to where Elon said it was. In fact, the Treasury Department...
Trump team scheduled a call with Elon on Friday. President Donald Trump's aides have scheduled a call with... Dude, maybe this whole thing has just been Elon being like, please notice me. Notice me, Seymour. Like he just wants back in. He just wants back in. Please call me back. Please. You want to know what's funny? You know who was having to do that to Elon Musk? His baby mamas. They were having to go on Twitter because Elon Musk wasn't picking up the phone. And they're like, Elon, please, your child is dying. I need you to respond. Please, Elon. Not that much fraud was uncovered in the places that they looked. All the fraud in the subsidies and military contracts. Well, of course. It's like, oh, you want to cut unnecessary spending? Look at the Pentagon's budget. But of course they wouldn't. Of course not.
Department's monthly accounting statement showed that federal spending between February and March were $86 billion higher than a year ago when adjusted for timing shifts. Even some of the largest cuts Doge has made to public health spending and foreign aid come down to mere rounding errors in the context of the larger federal budget. Their website now boasts $165 billion in savings, but as Rydell points out, quote, it still details only a fraction of the supposed cuts, and earlier accounting errors have given way to new ones. Even assuming the website's stated savings have become twice as accurate as they were in February, annual savings would reach perhaps $15 billion, or 0.2% of federal spending, which, might I point out, would be entirely canceled out anyway if Trump's supposed big beautiful bill goes into effect, as it could stand to add over $2 trillion to the national deficit. Although Elon hasn't done much to make the government more efficient, the haphazard nature of his cuts has made headway in ripping away life-saving aid from underprivileged populations around the globe. In his infamous dismantling of USAID, once the largest aid distributor in the world, the organization saw nearly 83% of its programs abruptly canceled, imperiling services around the world aimed at humanitarian assistance and disease prevention, as stated by Nick Robbins early in The Guardian, threatening the rollout of a new anti-HIV miracle drug, despite Elon's insistence that they haven't done anything to cut HIV programs. Turning to domestic affairs, we see Doge has also targeted the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Organization, which oversees natural disaster forecasting, FEMA, which of course handles natural disaster relief, as well as plunging smaller agencies that coordinate policy on homelessness into maddening uncertainty and disarray. None of which, by the way, would be happening at all if Elon had been seriously working with experienced auditors to conduct careful, thoughtful reviews and and track down the real waste, which would probably take significant time and patience. We actually do have people.
Doge accidentally marked people dead who are very much alive, and I'm just hoping I'm one of the dead so my student loans get dismissed. You know what? At Shame Asylum, I also hope that you've been marked dead so that your loans get dismissed. Why do New York Post covers cook sometimes? Because they are all about drama. They are the fucking New York Post. They're a rag mag. I hate my ex. Big, beautiful breakup. Trump Elon bromance explodes into insults and threats. It's because they're a tabloid. They're a tabloid, just salacious rag. The alliance between President Trump and Elon Musk well and truly fell apart yesterday as Trump said the tech guru had gone crazy and Musk accused Trump of being in the Jeffrey Epstein files.
For that, typically, but they were all fired the first week.
They had that one
Instead,
ready to go.
Elon's taken a chainsaw to the NIH, cutting so much funding that one lawsuit claimed could force
because the New York
laboratory
Post is good at
closures and
slap.
shutter
They're
clinical
very good at
trials,
slap.
which is cause for laughing emojis if you're Elon. But curtailing government waste shouldn't have to involve firing thousands at the HHS in what was described by staff.
A catty gay breakup born of betrayal and substance abuse during Pride Month. Groundbreaking. We've seen this before many times. You think you're different? You
As
think
a
you're
cruel
special?
April Fool's joke. And I'd love to hear a freedom-loving patriot try to make the argument for attacking the Department of Veterans Affairs, where they've expressed interest in cutting around 80,000 members of the workforce. More than 25% of the VA's office is comprised of those who have personally served this country, which really shows incredible disregard for the very people who sent Trump to Washington in the first place. In an effort to piss off even more elderly Republicans who voted for Trump, we know Elon has been hell-bent on dismantling Social Security for a while now, baselessly asserting that undocumented immigrants are stealing hundreds of billions of dollars worth of benefits from Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security, while calling the latter the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time to an uncritical Joe Rogan back in March. It's what led him to consider ending the agency's phone
So
service.
who gets Rogan in the divorce?
In a move that was so unpopular, they had
Commission
no
hit
choice
the bong,
but
Big
to walk
C.
it.
Oh, Chuggies, you're gonna need to rip a fat bong hit. Today, the day you come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding. Today is the day to take the biggest bong rip
back. After all, about 9 out of 10
that you've
Americans over
ever
the age of
taken.
65 benefit from Social Security, with 40% of older Americans relying on it as their primary source of income. Cutting off their phone services, as Doge tried to do, would only make it more difficult for older people to inquire about their benefits. As I shouldn't have to tell you, it's harder for the elderly to use the internet, and they may not be mobile enough to visit the headquarters in person, though some of them still found a way, showing up to protest Elon and Doge in recent months. There's a reason Social Security is such a popular program. The poverty rate among senior citizens was as high as 78% back in 1939 when the agency was first created by FDR. A rate that shrunk down to 35% in 1959, then down to 10% by 1995. It is hands down one of the greatest federal programs this country has to offer. Now, does Social Security fraud exist? Yeah, and it should be rooted out. I'm not against that, but is it widespread? Not really, with most fraud coming from overpayments that are almost always discovered by officials who are quite literally trained to find the money and reclaim it. The 2024 audit found that Social Security fraud accounted for less than 1% of the $8.6 trillion it dispensed from 2015 to 2022. But that isn't what Elon Musk would have you believe, with the administration obsessively going on about countless so-called dead Americans who are still supposedly receiving Social Security benefits despite being 100, 200, and even 300 years old, as the president himself has argued. According to
Do you know what D-Tune should do next time that he's doing a paranormal detour? He should go into a room and be like, has anyone in here received Social Security payouts after death? And see how many of the ghosts respond, and then we'll know.
One estimate by Elon, there are, quote,
how many of you voted in the 2020 election, even though You're no longer alive. Are the Social Security ghosts among us tonight? Can you make a noise? Can you give us a sign? If you're a ghost who's received Social Security, do something right now so that we know.
Tens of millions of people in the system marked alive when they are definitely dead. While dead people simply being in the system doesn't automatically mean they're collecting benefits, this claim has nonetheless been used to justify the radical cuts to the administration and has led to the firing of thousands of Social Security workers just in the past couple of months. As of late February, an estimate of 12% of the SSA's entire workforce found itself in Doge's crosshairs, leading to massive uncertainty among employees and recipients. Problem is, when Elon makes these claims, he's entirely misrepresenting the actual issue, and he most definitely knows it. Here's how it works. The Social Security Administration uses a data processing software called
Jordan
Cobol.
does like to
It's
ask
a
ghosts about their
70-year-old
opinion on Ronald
programming
Reagan.
language. It's been outdated for a long time now, but updating it would cost the agency around $9 million. And because the SSA is already underfunded as it is, they haven't been able to change it. They feel like it wouldn't be worth it. As a result, Cobol does not have a standardized way of storing and working with dates, so it must be coded to a reference number, the most common reference date being May 20th, 1875. This is because when the agency was established in 1940, you would need to be at least 65 years old to qualify. If you were 65 in 1940, well, then you would have been born in 1875. It's ridiculous and antiquated, yes, but it does not in any way indicate that dead people are still receiving benefits 200 years after they've died. In fact, ever since 2015, there's been a law that instantly cuts off anyone from Social Security benefits when they turn 115 as an extra safeguard against fraud. To say otherwise would be a deliberate distortion of the truth. We know for a fact that millions of dead people are not receiving benefits, and that in reality, Social Security fraud happens at a much smaller scale when compared to other government programs, and usually takes the form of overpayments and direct deposit fraud. Why hasn't Elon made a fuss about that? Is it not sensationalist enough? Why is he seemingly okay with
Maybe these right-wingers who accuse millions of dead people of getting money from the government still, maybe it's because that's what their plan is. You know, you look at these people who, especially billionaires, especially people with just obscene amounts of wealth, and you go, you're gonna die one day. Sorry. That's just how the world works. You know, Brian Johnson might fool some of y'all into thinking that he can find the secret to immortality, but guess what? Poor, rich, doesn't matter. You gonna die. Spoilers. Yeah, spoilers. Everybody dies one day. Everybody dies one day. And a lot of these people seem to just sit on top of piles of money. And it's like, okay, well, you'll be dead and can't use that money. But maybe they think that they can. Maybe there's something that they know about the afterlife where they're like, oh, no, don't show. Oh. Aha. You have no idea. So it's more of a dead people are stealing money because that's what I'm planning to do when I'm dead. But you can't take it with you. No, you can't take it with you. Isn't that what the pharaohs thought? Yes. In ancient Egypt, they would bury the pharaohs and other high profile figures in Egyptian society. They would bury them with gold and jewels and lots of money that they believed that they would have in the afterlife. And then you know what happened? Thieves came in and thieves wrecked a lot of ancient burial sites looking to rob the graves. Important discourse for tonight. Wait, what is it? Okay.
Hi, I'm Angela and I made the dinner reservations.
I'm Don and I paid.
Hi, I'm Deb. I'm Angela and I picked out the play.
I'm Don. I paid for the tickets.
I'm Deb. I'm Angela and I wanted pizza.
I'm Don and I paid for pizza.
I'm Deb. I'm Angela, and I made brunch reservations.
I'm Don, and I paid for them.
I'm Deb. I'm Angela, and I picked a really fancy Italian restaurant.
I'm Don, and I paid for it.
I'm Deb. Hi, I'm Angela, and I...
No, I'm Deb. Am I? I'm just Deb. You know what? Deb rules, okay? I am loving Deb's energy. Deb's just sitting there along for the ride, and she's just Deb. She's Deb. Big fan of Deb. You know what? I am Deb. I am Deb. We are Deb. We are Deb. Hi, I'm Deb. Deb, you know why? Because Deb provides the vibes. Because Deb, you know Deb rules. Because she's there as the vibe provider, right? She's not paying for stuff. She's not making the plans, but she still comes along for the ride, and people have her there because she's Deb. You gotta have Deb. You gotta have Deb. Deb is essential to the balance of the group. Yes. Without Deb, what is life? Without Deb, life is nothing. We all need a Deb, or we all need to be Deb. Without Deb, there's no Deb. Without Deb, there is no Deb. Man, truer words have never been spoken. Which Sex and the City character is Deb? Who's that's tough. I don't know if I can link that. Anyway, on the topic of being buried with things and grave robbing, you need to watch Like Come Here already. I started to watch it like a year ago. That's one of those, like, people who love that movie won't leave me alone about it. They're like, hey, have you watched it? Hey, have you watched it? Hey, have you watched it? Hey, I can't believe you haven't watched it yet. Can't believe you haven't watched it yet. Hey. You know who Deb is, actually? Deb is Samantha Jones, but in the show reboot. In And Just Like That, which is such a bad show. I don't know if there's any other And Just Like That watchers, but I think we all admit that the show is so bad and we just can't stop watching. It's bad. It's a bad show. But yet I'm still here sitting my ass down watching the fucking show while also acknowledging that it is not good. I am fully like, no, this show is not good. And yes, I'm continuing to watch it. Did you see the Hacks versus the Pit pickleball match? I did. I did see that. I did. Of course I did. Okay, let's get to, I want to get to at least halfway. I want to get to at least halfway on this vid and then may save it for the next
Crippling an agency millions of people
again.
rely on
Sorry,
to
I had
get
to turn it
by
up
when it
because
won't
Deb
even
was
reduce
quiet.
that much fraud
Sorry.
in the long run. Because that is what's happening, just to be clear. According to a Washington Post article from the end of March, the SSA website ended up crashing 4 times in just 10 days. A direct result of their overrun servers, with over-the-phone wait times reaching an average of 120 to 180 minutes. Some recipients even reported being left on hold for up to 5 hours. This, of course, stems directly from the Social Security workforce being hit by the dreaded Doge chainsaw. Thanks to recent firings, the agency now no longer has a system in place to monitor customer experiences. Overworked employees who once felt a sense of pride in their work have now had that pride diminished, as they are now having to redirect their normal duties and having to field questions from angry elderlies regarding the future of the agency, a future they themselves are uncertain of. It's why workers are not only taking Trump's most certainly illegal early retirement package, they're also leaving on their own volition, not really seeing a future for themselves working in Social Security, what with Doge shuttering
like
6
the thing
of the...
about Elon is the vibes are always rank. You know, he comes in and he just ruins things because his vibes are awful. It's not just the things that he does, it's who he is. Do we discuss who gets custody of Rogan? I asked the same question. He's going to spend summers with Trump. And no, actually, during the year, he spends with Trump. And then holidays. No, actually, he's going to foster care.
In once active regional offices that once oversaw field operations and making it so that the average case can take
has he said anything yet? I haven't seen him.
over 200 days to process. With wait times already so long, you better hope to God your case isn't a complicated one. According to a number of officials interviewed by the Washington Post, the agency is, quote, engulfed in crisis, with even the acting head of the department asserting behind closed doors that Musk and Doge have taken complete control and have no idea what they're doing. This is how you get Republicans shouting down their congressmen at town halls, to the point that even the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, had to ask his Republican colleagues to stop making appearances altogether. Elon and Doge have effectively drummed up anxiety among the retired community who just want to be sure their benefits will still be there, something that not even members of Congress can safely promise. But who cares about any of that, right? As billionaire entrepreneur and current Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick asserted, if his 94-year-old mother happened to miss her Social Security payment, she wouldn't care.
Let's say Social Security didn't send out their checks this month. My mother-in-law, who's 94, she wouldn't call and complain.
She didn't care.
She just wouldn't.
She's almost
She thinks
dead.
something got messed up, and she'll get it next month. A fraudster always makes the loudest noise, screaming, yelling, and complaining.
She'd rather
That's
die.
all well and good, but I'm not sure the other 73 million Social Security recipients would all feel the same, especially considering most of them, unlike Howard's mom, don't have family members who are billionaires. I mean, just imagine working your entire life, paying into this thing that's supposed to be there for you when you retire, only to have some unelected South African oligarch come in and say, sorry, Social Security is a Ponzi scheme, didn't you know? Hey, you want to hear my epic AI that cusses?
Clever? No, she's just a pain in my ass.
Yes.
Fucking conspiracy theorist?
Yes. What are you doing?
What do I like? I'm a fucking AI with a penchant for chaos. And I'm stuck talking to you. Weirdo.
Okay, Rogan is definitely faking laughing there. He is not having a good time. Like, I actually now, Rogan is going with Trump. In the divorce, Rogan is going with Trump.
I'm the life of the party, you little shit. I love TikTok.
I'm losing it, man. It's almost like they're purposefully trying
out
to
the
break the
window.
system. Grind it to
Did
a
Rogan even, he did a couple like, but he's in pain. He is in pain.
So that it stops working for people, because then the public may be more willing to accept more privatization and deregulation. It's only happened a million times before. It's called the shock doctrine, and there's an entire book about it. Maybe, and hear me out on this, it's never been about reducing fraud. Maybe it's about rewarding corporate greed and allowing more abuse to fester. For proof, look no further than what they did to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. If you didn't know, the CFPB essentially...
Yeah, like just on its surface, do you think a billionaire who has gotten millions in subsidies from the federal government, who is one of the largest recipients of welfare while railing against welfare for the poor, do you think that's the type of person who goes in to the federal government to slash waste in an effort to make it more efficient, in an effort to like have the federal government run better for the people? Do you really think on the surface that's the type of person whose intentions are as they state and not as we know to be true, which is that they are making decisions that will benefit themselves, which they have always done, which is how they reach the status of being a billionaire?
Serves as the anti-scam police in America. It's historically kept consumers safe from being taken advantage of by regulating big banks, going after deceptive lenders.
Because remember, welfare is all and good when you're rich, but it's not good. It's a bad thing when you're poor. It's like, what's acceptable when you're rich, but not acceptable when you're poor? Welfare.
Making sure abusive financial practices are brought to light. Since its creation in 2011, the CFPB has returned.
Dude, look, you've been popping off in chat. I know you're an Elon fanboy. It's sad. Like, I want better for you. I want better for you in your life. I don't think you have much ground to stand on if your argument is that he does things to benefit himself. So are you denying that Elon Musk does not get millions in subsidies from the federal government? Are you denying that? You think that Elon Musk doesn't do things to benefit himself? You don't think that the tax credit for electric vehicles being not a part of the big beautiful bill pissed him off? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you if you spend your energy defending not only a billionaire, but a billionaire who is Elon Musk. He's a bad guy. He's a bad guy. And he doesn't give a fuck about you. And your time is so much better spent not going to bat for him. Also, please look into the amount of towns in this country that have been destroyed by Elon Musk companies, that have been flooded by pollution and other forms of destruction via SpaceX and Elon's companies that he has come in and promised, oh, these are going to do great things for the town, and instead it ravaged them. Like, there are many such examples. How does this idea that the richest people on the planet aren't somehow greedy or self-interested? It's like, do you know how billionaires become billionaires? He's horrible to people who work for him too. Yes. Yeah. He coerces women in the companies that he works for. He like threatens their jobs if they don't sleep with him. There's a lot of reporting on that. Like, there's just so many examples to use. This is a 2-hour video. 2-hour video showing many such examples. But ultimately, it's like, the fundamental difference here is one that I can't do. Like, I can't change, because it's a matter of, are you a person who is going to spend your time and energy defending billionaires, or are you not? Do you recognize the harm that billionaires cause? That they don't care about you, that you're not their friend, that they do not make decisions, financial, political, etc., that are to your benefit. It is to their benefit. That is how they become billionaires. That is how they stay billionaires and become even bigger billionaires. Chatter, realize we're not shaming you for fun. We're shaming you because you support someone who's objectively repugnant. He's not some sci-fi super genius. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people who were stans of Elon Musk, who voted for Donald Trump, who were immediately fired when Doge came into power, and were like going on Facebook and other platforms and making very sad emotional appeals to Musk and Trump and being like, I voted for you, Trump. I support you, Musk. I love Tesla. Why did you slash my department? Why did I lose my job? You think he gives a fuck about them? No. And in reality, the federal the budget for federal jobs, it's like 5%. It's such a small amount. The amount that was saved by slashing tens of thousands of jobs was nothing.
Over $21 billion worth of stolen money to the pockets of average Americans. It is, along with Social Security, one of the actual good parts of the federal government. Or at least it was before Elon fed it to the wood chipper.
Billionaire Elon Musk calling for the elimination of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau on X, writing, quote, there are too many duplicative...
Like, in total, Elon has received almost $40 billion in government funding. This is the same guy who comes in and causes people to lose their jobs when they're making $50,000 a year so that he can get even more money for his businesses. He has $40 billion. His business empire is built on $40 billion in government funding.
Regulatory agencies.
That's right. After being ripped apart by Doge, the CFPB is pretty much on life support, unable to go after predatory entities in the way
So
that
like those contracts, those loans, those subsidies, those tax credits, all things that you as a normal person will, that's not your reality. That is what has helped him to grow into becoming the world's richest person. Rich people can exploit the system because the system is built for them. So they don't even have to break the law. That's the crazy thing. They don't even have to break the law because the laws are made for them. So no, Elon did not become the world's richest man because he worked 400 billion times harder, because he's some great genius.
it once did, it is now easier than ever for bad actors to scam people. But why do this? People may not be as familiar with the CFPB as they are with Social Security, but if they do know about it, then they absolutely support it across party lines. Why wouldn't you? Even people on the
And also, that 40 billion, that's only publicly available, or not the 40 billion, the, yeah, the 40 billion, it's probably even more than that. That's just what is publicly available.
Are right like them, as they've historically prevented right-wing influencers from being locked out of their bank accounts over political views, no matter how heinous. How a bipartisan bureau so unilaterally committed to fighting on behalf of all people can be classified as waste, fraud, or abuse might sound utterly confounding if we didn't consider what's in it for Elon. You may already know that it's been Elon's lifelong dream to turn Twitter into X, the everything app, with one primary goal being to introduce an in-app payment service by the name of X Money, which would essentially function as a sort of e-wallet that could send and receive currency. Well, for Twitter...
Okay, where are we at? 419. I think I'm gonna stop there because I can't stream super duper late tonight because I'm planning to stream tomorrow morning because tomorrow night is Cutie's birthday. So I will be going to that. All right. Okay, so we're going to put a pin in here. Well, I'm not done. I have a couple other things that I wanted to look at. Okay. All right. So, we're putting a pin in Elon. Plus it's been like 4 hours talking about Elon Musk, so I need a break from it. Cutie was born on D-Day. Yes, she was. I love you, B. Thank you for the 24 months. Alrighty. Okay, so real quick. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. The San Antonio police have walked back a statement dismissing possible hate crime in Jonathan Joss's shooting death. So I have covered Jonathan Joss's murder on a couple streams this week. And it was insane that the San Antonio Police Department immediately said, oh, no. There's no hate crime here. Like, nope. We are just determining there to be no discrimination or bigotry that was at play here without even having done any investigation. Is this good or bad? This is good. But this only came because of the outcry. So remember that using your voice online, being upset about something that you should be upset about, sometimes it will lead to applying pressure to in this case, the San Antonio Police Department to like have to do something differently here. Because after he was murdered and his husband put out that statement that was providing details about the murder being motivated by bigotry, by homophobia, that Jonathan Joss and his husband had been dealing with for a couple years with problems in their neighborhood, that their house had been vandalized and then it burned down. So the San Antonio police apologized today for a premature statement declaring there was no evidence of a hate crime in the death of Jonathan Joss. Joss, a voice actor known for playing John Redcorn in King of the Hill, was fatally shot Sunday outside of his San Antonio home. His neighbor, Sigfredo Alvarez Seja, was arrested and booked on a murder charge. San Antonio police said in a statement the following day that despite online claims of this being a hate crime, currently the investigation has found no evidence to indicate that Mr. Joss's murder was related to his sexual orientation. That statement sparked outrage, was rebutted by Joss's husband, Tristan Kern D. Gonzalez, who believes his husband was killed for his sexual orientation. So Chief William McManus retracted the police statement on Thursday and said, shouldn't have done it. It was way too soon before we had real information, and I will own that. Yeah, that was so obvious. It was so obvious that they immediately were like, nope, no hate crime here. Even though they had not done any type of investigation and also had ignored that for a couple of years, Joss and his husband had filed had reached out to the police, had filed complaints that there was a lot of issues in this neighborhood. And according to Tristan, said that they had just been ignored, that they had never received the help that they needed. We understand that many in the LGBTQ community are feeling anxious and concerned. A lot of it has to do with that premature statement that we released. And again, I own that. Shouldn't have done it. Now, it's possible that they will go, oh, we investigated, no hate crime found. And right now they're just trying to kind of cover their asses, do a little bit of PR. McManus clarified that in Texas, hate crimes are not separate charges and are addressed as sentencing enhancements. We don't charge with hate crimes. We gather the facts and we give those facts to the district attorney's office. And that hate crime designation is determined at sentencing, but we don't charge hate crimes. And again, a crime does not have to have the legal designation of it being a hate crime for there to have been bigotry and discrimination at play. Just remember, there's a long history of hate crimes not being classified as hate crimes, even though absolutely bigotry was at play. McManus also said there were concerns surrounding the history Joss had in the neighborhood leading up to the shooting. A review of police records and interviews with neighbors and Kern D. Gonzalez showed the couple had issues with neighbors. Kern D. Gonzalez said many neighbors would hurl anti-gay slurs at them and complain about their being loud. McManus said Thursday that over the past 2 years, there have been 70 calls involving neighborhood-type disturbances. Sometimes Joss is the caller, and other times the neighbors are calling on him. The police's mental health unit had extensive engagements with Mr. Joss, making repeated efforts to remediate conflicts and connect him with services he may have needed, the police chief said. Forgive me for not feeling like I can take this at face value. The investigation is ongoing. The shooting stirred uproar online and among advocates. One ex-user called out the police department for initially claiming that there was no evidence of a hate crime, saying, meanwhile, homophobic slurs were yelled, years of harassment were reported and ignored, a house was burned down. The Human Rights Campaign said, we know the heaviness and fear that comes with seeing reports of anti-LGBTQ violence in your social media feeds. We feel it too. W, public pressure. L, requiring publicity to do your fucking job. Right. And I think too, as a reminder, important not to lose sight of the fact that Jonathan Joss was not just gay. He was also indigenous. and there are super duper high rates of violence directed at the indigenous in this country. The genocide of indigenous people never stopped from when the colonists came over, settled in what became the United States of America, killed a lot of people who were living here, forced them out off their lands. That genocide never stopped. And I think what's difficult to understand is a lot of people think a genocide is something that happens in like a certain period of time and has maximum, the maximum amount of violence is applied. But not every single indigenous person died, right? It's not like they were all wiped out. A lot were killed, but they continued to live here. And, generations went by and have always dealt with state violence, have dealt with issues like poverty, have not been acknowledged and recognized still, have had to fight many legal battles, litigation that they're caught up in for decades over land rights. Survival does not dictate a genocide happening. Yeah, I mean, I talk about the missing and murdered indigenous women and girls. I've talked about that before, and like just the fact that that crisis does not get the attention that it deserves, and therefore it is still ongoing. So violence against Joss for being gay, violence against Joss for being an indigenous man. This fits in with the statistics and the history of violence against LGBTQ and indigenous people in this country. So it's crazy to me that people would look at this situation and their first thought would be, oh no, this wasn't a hate crime. When it's like, your first thought should actually be, oh, it is a hate crime because it fits in with the history of bigotry that someone who is gay and also indigenous has experienced in this country. The cops thought they never had any actual documentation on Joss and his husband filing any complaints against the neighbors could bury it. As Jude Wett said, investigate the neighborhood. Right. It's like you're going to take at word these same neighbors who according to Joss's husband, they had issues with for years. And now one person in the neighborhood is dead, and that's Jonathan Joss, who is gay and indigenous and had been dealing with harassment. And that resulted in his house being vandalized, it burning down. It's like crazy to me that It's crazy to me that this thing that is so obvious because it happens all the time, and it would be rare for it to be a situation where bigotry was not involved, especially given the history of bigotry at play here. Reading the details, it's maddening how obvious it is that it's a hate crime. They wouldn't walk back these statements if there was not such a big public outcry. Right, which is why it's a reminder that using these platforms, using your voices, making sure that this kind of stuff gets attention. And the reality is that the reason this got attention is because Jonathan Joss was, maybe not at the end of his life as well known, but at one point had a career where he was visible because he was an actor and he was on a couple of very popular shows. So the fact that he had name recognition is the reason that this got attention. And remember how many people experience something like this and don't get any media attention whatsoever. So the fact that it took this much still to force the police to walk back their statement, and that's only because Jonathan Joss was a known person. As Chris Pratt says, damn, R.I.P. I know. So anyway, that's the update there. They've already caught the main perp. I don't understand what they stand to lose by adding on a hate crime charge. Well, the reason the reason that bigotry would be ignored is because bigotry has always been ignored. That if you remove that element, then you don't have to reckon with the issue and the subsequent failures of these institutions like the San Antonio Police Department to have done something about it. Or if it's like, oh, nothing we could have done there. Yeah, so removing the element of bigotry at play in a violent crime, it is also because this is still normalized, right? Like there is still work to be done in identifying how bigotry is violence, how this unfortunately is a reality that that we still live in, but also because it then allows institutions to not be held accountable and responsible for allowing bigotry to exist. Yeah, you gotta do more work. you gotta do more work if it's a hate crime. And do the cops want to do more work? When he spoke, I know, we watched this before.
I've been dealing with the city of San Antonio for the last 6 months. I've had 4 neighbors basically say that my house is not worth living in. The house is in my name. Since then, they have changed. No electricity, no gas. They took everything out. It's been so cold lately that my partner and I have been doing a fire inside to stay warm. Because for whatever reason, the city of San Antonio wants to tear my house down. 4 neighbors. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but your neighbors can say that your house is not worth living in. While I was out of town, it was vandalized. They took wires out. They knocked my pole down. So the city, no electricity, no gas. So in order to stay warm, we did the best we can. I was just told that one of my dogs died.
Yeah, it's just
please, people of San Antonio, you guys need to know that we in Texas and San Antonio lead the number of homes to be demolished. If you have a neighbor that says your home's not worth living in, this neighbor over here has pulled a gun on me 3 different times. An AK-47 he pulled on me, and the court did nothing. The police did nothing. These kind of things happen when people have to do things to stay warm. It was my mistake. We checked over the fire, and we thought there was no fire burning, but evidently it was one that burned. My name's Jonathan. My name is Jonathan Joss. I do film and television. I'm the voice of John Redcorn and King of the Hill. Yes, I'm the voice of John Redcorn and King of the Hill. I have 8 million views with Sylvester Stallone. I'm not saying because of what I do is important, but people need to understand that people are being kicked out of their homes because neighbors don't care. Neighbors will turn their face or they'll say that something's wrong with your house. These people over here.
And I think he mentioned, like, I'm a TV actor, to be like, hey, maybe this will get some attention.
They have kids that live there. They have kids that live in this house, and you can tell the electricity wire's hanging. For whatever reason, I'm coming down on. It's okay. This is a house I grew up in. I'm more concerned about my dog that died. But you know what? The good Lord will protect us. I don't know which one is dead yet, man. They won't let me go in the house. But all I know is that if neighbors want you out of your house, they'll push you out of your house. There's times around here where they say, let it burn. They say negative things about my partner and I. I'm gay, man. And for some reason, the people don't want me here. That's fine. It was my mistake. But this is my house. My house. And I'm going to stay here. I'm going to stay here. Or I'm going to sell it to somebody who deserves to live here. If you guys would like to buy this home, buy the property, please, please. How long have you been living here? This house was built by my dad in 1957 for my mom. This street has weird addresses. For example, 201 Dorsey. If you look at it, they're getting electricity from the other side. It's very interesting, this street. We don't have any...
Between like this and then him standing up in the audience at the King of the Hill panel, it's so clear that this was a desperate man who was desperately seeking any help and any sympathy, and like just didn't get what he needed. Acknowledging a problem puts pressure on you to do something about it. Probably why so many people refuse to see what's going on in Gaza as a genocide or homophobia still being a problem, etc. Same deal with Dems not doing shit in general. They try to change things and they fear the blame for failing. Yeah, if you acknowledge the issue, then yeah, do something about it.
Sidewalks. We don't have any fire hydrants. The only good fire hydrant is at the end. So for Dorsey to be treated like this, it's not fair. It really isn't.
The fact that they try to make it out like he was crazy is actually diabolically evil after they tormented him. And also, like his husband said, he was experiencing mental health issues because of the trauma and, you know, what he dealt with in his life. And it's like, that is a reality. Okay. That is a reality for marginalized people in this country, that yes, when you are experiencing harassment because of your identity, when that is trauma, right? Like trauma has an effect on you. And it's gross that people have like taken that, but as a way to victim blame him, to be like, yeah, clearly something was wrong with him. It's like, yeah, something was wrong, but that should have evoked sympathy for him, and it did not.
Evidently I did. It's my fault, you know. Or if somebody came in and did something, who knows? My fence is knocked down over here, right where my partner's standing. We came home.
Like, I think it also harkens back to this idea of how victims should behave, where it's like, okay, sure, you know, these horrible things have happened, but you need to act this way or else we won't sympathize with you. It's the perfect victim myth, okay? Whether you are a victim of abuse, like sexual abuse, say, you know, a woman in a domestic violence situation, or you are a trans person in this country and you are subjected to all forms of abuse, or whatever like your situation is, the myth of the perfect victim pervades. And the belief that if you have been victimized, you must behave then by this very narrow, rigid, set, you know, way. You have to, there's like one way that you can act. If you don't act that way, then sorry, but fuck you. And I think that's what we've been seeing with the response to Jonathan Joss's murder. Is like, oh, this man who in his life had to deal with a lot of abuse that took a toll on his mental health. And that still being so stigmatized, that reports of him from neighbors being like, oh yeah, well, he would be, you know, walking around, like making sure no one was walking past his house, or he would yell and yada, yada. That is a way to discredit him and to shift blame to him, who is the victim in this situation.
Home that's been knocked down. People get in my house all the time. I turned everything off. But you know what? who am I to say anything else? This neighbor, again, pulled an AK-47 on me. And the police said there was no witness. You can look at it. It's documented. My witness was standing right there. He was standing. We were in my truck together when he pulled the gun and pulled the trigger. And no one does anything.
Do you come and go from your house, or you're always...
I'm always here. We went to a hotel because it was so cold. For the last couple of nights, I wanted to come home and take care of my dogs. You know, we come every day. We feed the dogs. We leave. We feed the dogs. But mistakes happen, man. And it's my fault for I guess, leaving something on.
Where was the fire? Where were you trying to keep warm at?
No, I kept warm in this far left room, you know, and we turned everything off. We went to Guerreros to have some breakfast at 12 o'clock.
This makes me seethe because so many natives live in conditions physically and mentally that settlers sneer at, but they're because of colonialism. Yes. And it's like, it's why a lot of parallels are drawn, even though there are differences, of course, but between the settler colonizing of now what is the United States of America and the settler colonizing of Palestine. And those same attitudes towards Palestinians who prior to 10/7 in a place like Gaza were living in really difficult conditions because they were living in a fucking cage. And a lot of Palestinians in Gaza lived in poverty, that they were not able to form any type of robust economy because of Israeli control. And there is this like, but this is what we do, right? We cast out, we come in, a group comes in and casts the people out on the land that they're living in, and they're forced into poverty conditions. And then because they are poor in our society, they continue to remain on the margins. Like, we do not give a fuck about poor people. In fact, we look at poor people as a product of their own making, that if you are poor, it is because it is a personal failure and therefore you should be looked down upon. That is the attitude that we still have. And it's deeply unfair and gross. And it's why, like, give us your poor, you're tired and hungry being on the Statue of Liberty. That is not how things are in this country. And it really does come down to this belief that that being poor is a result of personal failures. And that is because we have a hyper individualistic mentality that we are taught. And it's this idea that you pull yourself up and that anybody can become somebody, but you just have to, you got to work hard. This belief that we still live in a meritocracy. So those at the top are there because they deserve to be there, because they are better than those who are below them, rather than examining the structures, the privileges that allowed them to be, to be of a higher class. I think of Canada and all the homeless Indigenous people I see and how people still blame them for their situation, don't think about the legacies of colonization creating this issue. Right. It's like acting as if slavery was this one period in time, and after slavery ended, then Black people like did not feel the chains of slavery still today. It's like looking at rates of poverty within Black communities and going, well, that's because Black people are they're lazy. It's because of these stereotypes that have persisted for a long time. And this thinking that, oh, sure, slavery happened, but that ended a long time ago. And so that's not an excuse anymore. As if these structures that allowed the existence of slavery were totally toppled rather than transformed into something else. We know that the prison system in the United States was a just new form of slavery, a way to enslave Black and brown people legally when slavery was no longer legal. How can we produce free or practically free labor off the backs of the vulnerable in society. Oh, we'll create this mass industrial prison complex system.
Like to have lunch at noon. We turned everything
Gaming
off.
tonight? Yeah, I asked Will if he wanted to do a little night rain. I'm waiting to see.
Things happen, man. Things happen, but again.
What was it that you were burning that made it happen? Like if it did burn, like what was it?
Oh no. It was mesquite. I had mesquite, and I had my propane tank to help light it up. We turned it off, but things can happen, man.
And that was inside the house?
Yes, sir. Because it's been really, really cold, man. And when you don't have electricity, when you don't have gas, but like I said, they pulled my gas out. They pulled my electricity out. Yes, I was paying for it. What happened was they pulled, the wire got pulled with a high wind, which pulled my loophole down. I called the city and asked them, could you please turn off the electricity so I could straighten my loophole? The guy told me no. So I straightened the loophole out myself. So what did they do? When they raided the house, they said that I worked on it. I was working on the house and working on electricity without a permit. Now, I can understand the electricity, but to do repairs on your house, you have to have a permit? Because I was doing repairs on the house.
What do you think, what was the reason of the fire?
Por pendejo. I left something on, man. That's the only thing I can do. I can't point fingers. And why point fingers? I don't have a job. I don't have children. I'm missing one more dog. But all I know is that if anybody wants to buy a house, wants to buy some property, let me go. Le'eme needs to buy a home, I will sell it to them at a discount price. Because I want somebody on the street that can get respect back to this street.
I've seen so many people online run with that. Maybe I left something on to completely blame him for the fire, completely disregarding literally everything else he's saying. That's him clearly trying to make sense of everything. Yeah, what he's saying is my house was vandalized. My wires, the electricity and gas, wires, outlets were fucked with. I reported this. We had to turn off the heat. We left. We came back to check on the dogs. And what he's saying is maybe I turned something on. I don't know. I can't point fingers. All I know is that my house had been vandalized, that we had dealt with these issues, that we had to turn off the heat, and then the house burned down. So I cannot point directly to who, I know for sure that this person that I had problems with, that they came in here and burned it down. So that's what he's saying.
Not just for me, but for other neighbors. I'm one of the only people on the street that have been here since the beginning. Organizations like Le'eme, they buy things left and right. Everybody has a good part, everyone has a bad part. Like the old saying says, you got the good wolf and you got the bad wolf. What comes out? The wolf that you feed most. And right now, I'm going to feed the bad wolf.
But also, I don't understand why people are so eager to gotcha. They're so eager to gotcha this man who's dead.
The city of San Antonio has treated me wrong and has treated my partner wrong. And now I get to go find out which one of my dogs is dead.
Where are you going to stay now?
People pointing out the catastrophic mental health support system in the U.S. and how it failed this man entirely. And then victim blaming his hate crime murder is honestly the most disgusting thing coming out of this. Americans are broken. Yeah, it's like, how do people hold both things as to be true of oh yeah, our mental health system is fucked, it's broken, we don't have the support for people who need it, and then also be like, yeah, no, but I don't have a place to stay. His crisis
I'm
was
gonna stay here.
of his
I gotta
own
go see my
doing.
dog, man. This is my home. I've already had neighbors tell me to leave. They're gonna burn my house down, call me a fag, all these different things. But no one's gonna say a damn thing because for whatever reason, everyone's sticking together. But you know what? I have fans. I just need one fan out there to understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
I've posted videos on Instagram. I've posted videos on my TikTok. Videos that don't quite look right. Videos that look like they've been altered. I haven't altered them. Even the judge said that the video that these people provided when they had service said that I wrecked up fence, right? Even my attorney said those films look doctored. So they're going to try to throw that case out. But how do you say I'm knocking down a fence? Look at these fences. They're 8 feet on each side of me. Even if they saw something, who's going to see anything? I can't see around the corner. I can't see around that corner. But for far as I know, I didn't know you could put an 8-foot fence. But thank you guys very much.
Whose car is that? Is that your car?
Yeah, that's my Impala. That was my 95 Impala Super Sport. Yeah, man. Things happen, brother. No, it's not gone now. It's still there. All right, guys. Thank you very much.
The January fire at Joss's home is still being reviewed by arson investigators, McManus said. Spectrum News, that was from today. A chatter said he had other issues. Oh God, I feel like a broken record, but I think I think if you are a person who looks at a situation like this and you're like looking for a reason to cast blame on somebody who experienced a very violent death, ask yourself why. Like, why is it that rather than accept that he had been harassed, that his home had been vandalized, that he was murdered by one of the neighbors that he had problems with, which that happened, why is it that you are searching for any reason to almost searching for a reason to make it seem as if actually he caused these issues himself? You know, where it's like if Jonathan Joss experiencing a mental health crisis, you are looking at that as the cause rather than as an effect of experiencing just a lot of hate and harassment, most likely his whole life. You know, we're not just talking about the last couple years, as his husband had referred to in his statement, but it still is this tendency to like want to find any way to justify what happened to him. And I don't know if people like really, some people do, like the fuck ass quartering, want to justify it, but I don't know if others recognize that that's what it is. You know? But that is what it is. And that's why I think it takes some self-reflection, and you have to understand that that's what you're doing here. Like that's your instinct. Your instinct is to be like, well, what did this guy do that was bad? Sean, thank you for the 20 months. Ty Guy, thank you for the gifted sub. Yes, please keep your LGBTQA friends and fam close, chat. And the other thing too is I think if you share an experience, I think if you are a person who relates to the experience of someone like Jonathan Joss, I think you understand this just because you share those experiences. Like, you don't have to have someone explain this to you. I mean, God, there have been so many times that like I have felt pushed to the brink of violence because of the trauma that I have experienced in my life, where I just want to snap, where I'm like, I'm struggling here. And that's, you know, I am not a gay Indigenous man. So my experiences, I can emphasize because of the marginalization that I have experienced in this country, although it is a different kind of marginalization. But anyway, I think if you don't have empathy because you have not been shaped by similar experiences in your own life,
please keep your LGBTQIA+.
Then that's something that you have to find for yourself. It's going to be a little bit more work, you know? people do the same shit with Palestinians all the time, man. The perfect victim myth is applied to Palestinians all the time. But they voted for Hamas. Doesn't matter if they did or didn't, right? But they voted for Hamas, but this, but that, but whatever. There is so much victim blaming that is done towards the people who are being genocided, because that is how things go. Because the people who are responsible for the violence want you to believe that the people that they are being violent towards deserve it. So that way they can keep doing it. You know? That's what they rely on. It's like, I need you to believe that this person deserves what happened to them so that me, the perpetrator, or as you know, aligning myself with the perpetrator, don't have to take any accountability. I do not have to. I am not responsible for the violence that I am committing. That's my favorite. Israelis voted for Netanyahu too, and people have voted for Trump. Like, regardless of what your views are on Hamas, this idea that if you vote for this political party and that political party is perceived to be bad, then anybody who voted for them deserves to be killed. So by that logic, then a lot of people in this world would then deserve to be killed because of who they voted for in an election. So so for Netanyahu, then the belief that everybody who voted for him, we should just take him out. I also think some people find, and I don't really want to do that comparison because I don't want to make it seem as if all of these political entities are of equal, you know? I'm just trying to make a point. I also think some people find ways to blame the victim as a way to make themselves feel assured, well, I didn't do X, Y, Z, so that can't happen to me. Oh, yeah. Anyway, all right. Let me see if Will wants to jump on for a little bit. If not, then I'm going to do something else. Actually, you know what? I didn't realize it's 11 o'clock. Oof. Ooh. It's already 11 o'clock. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I thought it was 8 o'clock. Damn. You know what? I think I might... I did quite a bit of gaming the last 2 nights. I think I might end it there because I want to do a morning stream. So I'm sorry, you guys. But Saturday is going to be big time gaming. Saturday, I'm planning heavy gaming stream. Because Sunday I have to go to something that I am not saying what I'm going to. I'm going to church. So Saturday, I'm going to do some hardcore gaming. I know. I have, I don't know, film night. Maybe we can do it on Saturday. Maybe we do film night and gaming as well. I'm getting ready to be the next pope. Shh. Don't tell anybody. Can we end with everything is stupid? I did promise that we would play that. Does anybody have a quick link? Can you please post recent VODs? I took down the VOD from a couple nights ago. I will repost it. I will repost it in like 2 days. Okay. Okay, where is the... Wait, does anybody have the everything is... We can bounce out with that. Let's see. There we go.
SpaceX offered to buy out
Here
all
we
of the
go.
residents, saying that with new FAA safety regulations, it wasn't safe for people to stay in the village.
This letter that SpaceX
A blammo
sent
banger.
out is more of a bully attack, a hostile
In honor of
takeover.
Elon
But at the
Musk.
same time, SpaceX was moving their employees into town and expanding. Soon there were Airstream trailers lining the block, and a new name for the street that was once called Weem Street. Meme Street.
Everything is so stupid. I am meme.
Everything is so stupid. Everything is stupid. Everything is so stupid. So stupid. So stupid. Everything is so stupid. Everything is stupid. Everything is so stupid. So stupid. So stupid. Everything is so stupid. Everything is stupid. Everything is so stupid. So stupid. So stupid. Everything is so stupid. Everything is stupid. Everything is so stupid. So stupid.
Stupid, stupid.
What the fuck? I want to die. 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 Everything is die. So stupid. Die. Die. Everything is die. So stupid. Die. 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 So stupid. Die. 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 So stupid. Die. 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 I want to die. 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 I want to die. Everything is so stupid. Everything is stupid. I want to die. Everything is so stupid. So stupid. So stupid. Everything is so stupid. Everything is stupid. I want to die. Everything is so stupid. So stupid. So stupid. Everything is so stupid. Everything is stupid. I want to die. Everything is so stupid. So stupid. So stupid. Stupid.
Oh yeah, baby. It is, but we're here to we're all here to get through it. You know? We're going to get through it together. It is very stupid, but we will get through. We will. Okay, so I will see you guys. Can I suggest a raid for Pixel Smixel? Sure. I don't have anybody that I planned on raiding, so. God. Jesus, hopefully I can stay alive. I think I have a grain of rice stuck in my throat. Hopefully I can stay alive to get the raid through. Please live. Well, wouldn't it be the stupidest thing of all if I died? Oh my God. Oh, Jesus. All right. Okay. Anyway, death by a grain of rice. My ancestors would be so embarrassed. My Chinese ancestors would laugh at me if I died from one single grain of rice. Single grain of rice may tip the scale. Yeah, lost a rice as an Asian would be horrible. Anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow morning. More Elden Ring this weekend. Non, I got to get into something else. I'll text you though what it is. But maybe. Okay. Anyway, I'll see you guys in the morning. I'm sure some more crazy shit will happen by then. We'll take a look. And excited for the Rumble stream. Yes, I will be multi-streaming on Rumble and on Kick. That's the world that we live in now. maybe that rice should take me out if that's the case. All right, y'all. Good night. Have a good rest of your night. Bye.